Lonely. Oh, here's my friends.
You felt like Acorn for a second.
I was so lonely. I was so lonely. Whoa, hold on, let me just mute some stuff. Yeah, that's better.
You look like one of the presenters, you know, when they cut to them without them knowing. That was funny.
That was, isn't it? I was just like, where's everybody? I'm still bloody. Oops.
Language. That will make the final cut.
You're live, mate. We're live, sir. We're live.
I hope not. That should be it now. I still can hear an echo, but hey. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Set the Trend podcast. I don't know where the echo was coming from. Let me just try and mute stuff for you because I'm not sure. And hopefully it'll work. Welcome to Set the Trend podcast anyway. We're here and right. Hopefully that should be it. Anyway, welcome to Set the Trend podcast.
Oh, where's that echo coming from?
I'm not sure.
Let me just check if it's me.
It shouldn't be me.
Oh, I think it's gone now.
Yeah, it's definitely Reggie. Anyway, Reggie, you want to log in and back in again for us, mate? You can do that. Welcome to Set the Trend podcast. Anyway, welcome to our guests. I know you're lining up there. Sorry about that little technical. It is the grand finale show. And you know, sometimes things don't go as right as you want them to go, right? But good evening to all of our listeners that are checking in. What a show, the last finale, East. What a show have we got today?
It's an action-packed show. I'm not even sure we're going to be able to finish this show in that allotted time. I think we're going to go into overtime. Today.
Well, let's see what we can do. This week's topic is social change and building a better normal. This week we're going to be discussing mental health, well-being, lockdown, PTSD, community power, racial and structural inequality, economic freedom, and more. And what a lineup have we got for you guys today to discuss that lineup? We have as a guest on our show coming on in about 10 minutes or so. We will start rolling out our panels. And our first esteemed guest is Eddie Nesta. Our Eddie Nesta, as we call him. Sir Eddie. He's got an MBE, hasn't he? But he should be Sir Eddie Nesta.
Sir Ed, yeah. Call him by his proper name today.
We definitely will do. We have Tunde Ajayi. He will be coming on, and we will talk about him. He's a phenomenal coach, boxing coach his main fight is Anthony Yarden. He took him to a world championship bout, which he lost. But hey, he's one of ours, and we're going to tell you more about him later on. He's going to talk about racial inequality and his experience growing up in the sport of boxing, which he loves. Kwame McPherson, he will also be here. He's an esteemed writer, and he will be here talking about his experience with racial inequality, and also counselling is one of his areas as well. Nikki Slimting, film producer and long-time DJ. I don't know if he's got his DJ headphones and back out there, but some of you will know him from back in the day. Good old Nikki Slimting. Viv Amoon, futurologist, I'm going to call him today, but he will be talking about the economic reality for us as well. Shaunie B from BBC One Extra will be popping in as well.
Shaunie B in the building.
North Wheezy will be in the building, most definitely. Scotty Scott, therapeutic counsellor. Therapeutic even. That's right, we'll be in the building as well. And we'll be talking about lockdown and trauma and how it affects our community. Courtney Brown from Father to Father as well. He will be here, and we will be having a discussion with him about mentoring and a whole heap of stuff as it goes, because his bowl is really wide as well. Dawn de Cotu, she will be here, barrister and attorney at law and a change management consultant. And of course, we'll be talking some legal stuff as well here as well, and also some Caribbean stuff on some Caribbean profile on racism as well and how it affects the Caribbean as well, because you might just think it's just in the UK. And why would it be in the Caribbean? Because it's mostly black people in the Caribbean. But you probably would be wrong. Nina Greywood will be here as well. She's got an initiative that she will be doing, and we look forward to seeing her and talking to her about it. It's a pound challenge. And Vine Nigger and Janice Irwin will be also here talking about health. Social care in a way, the Windrush situation, because they're very involved in the Windrush situation going forward. And they've also got a new initiative, hopefully we'll get to know a little bit about. And Deborah Robinson, who's a vice principal of an academy in East London, she'll be up as well talking about, we'll be talking about education and how that affects our community as well. It's been a long time that we've been wanting to do this. I think when we came on lockdown, this is the 7th show and the final show. When we came onto lockdown, it was a bit like, what are we going to do? What can we do for our community? And we started talking about various topics, and it has today led to where we are now. And it's a very poignant topic. I think when March the 16th, when the lockdown came about and we found ourselves in lockdown, mentally and physically, I think for the majority of people, I don't think that they was ready for the situation and how that would unfurl. And then at the end as we're coming to the end of the lockdown, the George Floyd situation in America kicked off another ongoing conversation on racism that has gone global. So we thought it's poignant that we talk about that today. It seems that there's a lot of people in denial about racism. Even that it even exists in the UK from our ministers, Matt Hancock and Priti Patel. There are other people questioning why people are so angry. We know there's a systematic racism in the UK. And here's a couple of examples for starters. COVID has highlighted the grave consequences of discrimination and poverty amongst black people, in particular black men. And I'm sure that we'll be touching on that today. There's still anger in the country because of the Windrush situation. And of course, we're still dealing with Grenfell that hasn't been dealt with. There is just so much that I think has just been building up and piling up over years. In fact, years, because when we talk racism, it's something that we've been talking about
from a long time ago.
Decades. Yeah. Black Lives Matter, their movement is not about the public. I think a lot of people don't realize that. It's not about the public, it's about the police, it's about the criminal justice system, it's about education, and it's about government. However, talking about race is difficult. Being open, how race affects us is difficult. It can lead to awkward questions, conversations, and a bit of discomfort. And today that we're just going to try and do it all today without that discomfort. Maybe there'll be some, but hopefully we'll get over it. And at the end of it, what we want to do is come up with some solutions. So we've got our backroom team who's working at taking a solution from each guest to bring forward, to take forward, that we can hopefully take forward and use in our everyday life and spread. So guys, this week, and in fact, before we came on, Reggie, Case the Weekender came into the spot.
Yeah, so, you know, Case the Weekender, one of the longest running soul weekenders since 1979, headed up and one of the head promoters, I should say, one of the co-founders and company owners, or current company owners, a guy called Brian, posted some crazy stuff in reaction to the current protests which have been happening. They had a lot of racial connotations towards them, and as a result, he's resigned from his post, allegedly resigned from his post. But I'm sure he'll still be running things. Yeah, well, obviously, he's obviously going to still be running things in the background. Quite a few DJs voted with their feet and announced that they've resigned from DJing there as well. It's a big shame. But you know, I mean, obviously, Case the kind of like came about from a lot of the Essex Soul Boys heading up to Case-the Weekender, and it was kind of like their weekend out, really, to be fair. And we all know that certain parts of Essex from back in the day had a lot of racism happening in there, and it's just sad to see. It's sad to hear. I mean, I was extremely shocked. I had no idea that he had those racist views. Apparently, there were quite a few people who mentioned that there were some murmurings about some of the things that he posts and says. But yeah, it's really a big shock. But you know, it's a bit of a victory in one way, but not so. I mean, obviously, none of you guys have been to Caister before. I've been a couple of times. It's been a nice weekender. Get to hear some really cool tunes. You know, some classics. It's normally been an okay vibe down there, but it's just sad to see that somebody who, you know,
I don't think
like that.
I don't think if we wasn't in this moment that comment would have probably been picked up. It would have been maybe something that would have just been able to just skirt away with. But he said,
I don't think so.
Looking at the threads, I mean, people said that it's not the first time he said something like this. So
yeah, so he has got away with it.
He's got away with it. He's got form, as they say.
Right.
He said that the music companies, you were there in the early 90s. So in the early 90s, what happened was the record companies rebranded black music. So where we used to call soul, rare groove, for us it was black music. They rebranded it to call it urban music, and it's been carrying that mantra for about nearly 30 years now that we're saying. So now there's a letter. Have you seen that letter from I think it was a Music Week, was it?
You know, yeah, I saw the letter. I started reading it, and then I just said to myself, it had a forward on it by Kanye King, and I just think Kanye is one of the ladies.
Who is Kanye? Who is Kanye King?
Kanye King's the founder of MOBO Awards.
Okay.
And she's never, they want to erase the word and start using black music. And I just thought that she was one of the ladies that was definitely using the terminology urban. And we was all complaining. I never wanted to use that word urban. It's always black music. It's from the beginning. I've always used the word black music. I still use it now. And to see, she was writing the forward to say, it's not a nice word. Let's remove it from there and move forward. I just thought, Well,
I'll put my hands up. I'm complicit as well. I embraced the word myself, and I wasn't comfortable with it at the time. I remember there was a lot of conversations going on, and I just saw it as an easy way to.
But to be fair, Reggie, you used it because your company was kind of using it more than you personally using it. No.
No, I think because then I was in hard zone, so for me it was like.
Oh, using urban when you was at hard zone.
Yeah, we had to shift to it because that seemed to be the default word for people to understand what we were talking about when it came to black music.
Was it? Or was it just
from a corporate level? Because they were uncomfortable with you walking in and saying, right, this is black music, and
what made them what made them feel uncomfortable about that?
Well, it's the word.
Well, we all know it's the word black music.
It's the word black. So black made them uncomfortable, so they rebanded it into urban.
Exactly. An acceptable word that basically could be used globally, that I feel that they maybe didn't want a word that was going to make them feel alienated.
And that is one example of racism.
Yeah. And I don't know why they would do that, because black is beautiful.
Right. Obviously, of course it is. This week on Saturday, also before I go any further, it's the 2nd year anniversary of Grenfell this Saturday. Just like to say our hearts and our minds are with the community who are still fighting for justice after 2 years. Yeah. So we have our esteemed guest, and he never ever holds back any punches at all. Sir Eddie Nestor, he should be entering the building at some point.
Eddie!
There he is.
Greetings. Richard, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Great, great.
Loud and clear. Thank you for coming on Set the Trend, Eddie.
I feel blessed to be asked.
Well, listen, we feel blessed to have you because we know that you don't make appearances willy-nilly and all over the place. So this one is definitely going down in our icon books. Icon.
And do we have to call you MBE Eddie?
No,
can we call you Eddie, or can we call you Sir Eddie?
If you're gonna go down that road, get ready for what's coming back. Yeah, if you're gonna come with me. I've had 4 days on the radio of talking about nothing but Black Lives Matter protest to quite a lot of people who don't want to understand it, and it's quite challenging. So you know, I've literally just come in, and it's interesting to hear the debates that you're having.
So Eddie, just for everybody who don't know, you do a drive time show on BBC London. From 5 till 8 every weekday.
Yeah.
Why is I mean, you just heard us talking about urban to black or black to urban to make it more friendly. Why is black seem so scary?
Well, interesting enough, for the first time, I was at Choice FM, you see, in late 90s, early 2000s, and it was kind of urban there, but on the BBC, One Extra, it's black, isn't it?
It got changed. It did
have that conversation with Shaunie later when he comes on, you know, because Shaunie's just done one of the most dangerous shows that you never see or hear on the BBC when they talked about, and when they introduced themselves by their own names, and it was a real show. And I think that people are getting to know that actually you have to be real. I'm fed up of seeing black people on television laughing. I think you have to be real. But the word black is scary. Articulate black guys are particularly scary, and it is a challenging moment. You're in a moment in history here, ladies and gentlemen.
Last week there was an appointment of the BBC General, a new BBC General, Tim Davie.
Yeah.
In 96 years of the BBC, there's never been any other person of any other colour or any other gender than a white male that's sat on that seat. How long do you think we'll have to wait for a person of colour or person of even a different gender to be sitting in that seat? Because it's just been white males.
So first thing I'll say to you is that be careful of what you wish for, because where women wanted a woman to be prime minister, it was Margaret Thatcher, and she was more manly than men. And when you're talking about person of color, you're talking about a specific type of person. So just be careful that you're not just looking at the way that somebody looks and not the content of their heart, because that's what you're going to get. I don't know if we'll ever have a black prime minister. I don't know if we'll have a black person in charge of the BBC. What I do know is that they're going to have to fix up. I work for the organisation, and today they put out a picture purporting to be of a man who had a policeman's foot on his neck for, nigh on 9 minutes, and they put out a different picture.
Again.
Can you imagine in this day and age with millions of people? We had 200 marches in Britain alone, right, last week. And they're going to have to fix up. They're going to have to look at structures. I think what's come from this, for me anyway, is that everybody's going to have to look at themselves. You guys on the podcast, what you're doing, what you're trying to do, who you're trying to reach, what you're trying to tell them, and all of us. And actually, I don't want to get too political because I know that's not what you asked me on here, but I'm always going to see colour. The only people who tell me they don't see colour are white people, and I always say to them, "What do you do at traffic lights then?" You're always going to see colour. Racism, colour, shadism, we know it, is always going to be there. The only way you deal with this problem that we have is by money. If you say to the police, you kill anybody, any compensation comes out of your pension, it comes out of then the others around are going to have to fix up. It was Chris Rock that was quoted this week as saying, the police are one of those organizations, they can't make mistakes. You can't say American Airlines can't say, well, most of our pilots are good. It doesn't really work that way, does it? So, you know, we're in a moment, you know, and it's good that you guys are talking. It's a pleasure to be on here. I don't know that there will be, because people employ people in their own image. We all have bias. You know, you bring a black guy was from Dominica, who was sick, who was an actor, who's changed careers 3 or 4 times, who likes playing music. I'm going to be drawn to that person because I'm going to see myself in that person. And what happens is that people get defensive. You're drawn to people like you. We all are. So unless you recognize that, you can't do anything about it.
Okay, but this week we had 2 MPs that came out, and probably more, that outrightly said, the Health Minister, Matt Hancock, and our very own Priti Patel. They came out and said that racism, it doesn't exist more or less in the UK. What I'd like to ask you is racism an imported problem, or do you get the sense of interviewing them that they really have their finger on the pulse in terms of racism does exist, it is there, it is something that needs to be solved?
Well, look, there's towing a party line. If I'm paying you 200 grand a year, Ray, and you have to go and represent me, you're going to toe the party line. It's collective responsibility. So let's take that on board straight away. What are they going to say? That Britain is a racist country. We're glad you're pulling down statues. They're not going to say that. I think that what was unfortunate is that when Sophie Ridge asked Matt Hancock about the diversity of the cabinet, he came out with this thing called diversity of thought. And when Priti Patel were confronted by a magnificent program that you would have seen a couple of nights ago with Patrick Robinson, representing a man who had been, well, they tried to kick him out of the country. When Priti Patel, as the Home Secretary, one of the great officers of state, when she was questioned, she used this saying that you know what I mean, it's just nonsense. So I think you have to know that when people are gaslighting you, you have to know when it's nonsense. But ultimately, there is a problem. But the bigger problem, because it isn't, I watched a video today of a white guy getting shot in America by a white cop, and it was one of the horrible things. And I will tell you this, it's about power. It's about power. It's about the power to walk into a room and do what you want with no regard to how people feel. So you have to make them have a regard. You understand what I'm saying to you? It's about power. I'm not saying it isn't about color. I'm not. I'm saying it's about power, because you don't like police in Jamaica, you don't like police in Barbados, and you don't like police in Nigeria either. So it isn't just about color.
So how do you redistribute that color, that balance here to make it more?
Money. It's because in England you have an added thing called class. More things are decided because of class than anything else. You look at the black boy Kwame Kwete, who made it into the cabinet. He sounded more like Boris than Boris. He sounded like he was imitating Boris. It's class. It's class.
Okay.
Eddie, can you give me an example of how racism has affected you, whether at the BBC or not? Because when you started out, one of the first times you would have come to the fore for me as a young lad was when you was in that. It was the first black comedy on national TV. Was it not, or near enough? The Real McCoy.
Yeah, well, there were Desmond's was probably just before the Real McCoy. Empire Road, Mixed Blessings, Mind Your Language. There were others, right? That paved the way for us to come. But the Real McCoy, and I joined in the 3rd series. We had power. We didn't even know how much power. If we didn't like it, we wouldn't do it. There's no way you would get Luella or Leo to do something they didn't want to do. So whatever you saw on that show was pure, was us, was what we believed in. And the thing about that is I met, at the BBC, I met a producer, 32-year-old blonde white woman who comes from Devon, who told me that she loved that show. So whatever show you're doing as a person of color, you got to know that there's more indigenous people watching than people of color. So it has to transcend. So I don't know that there is anything called a black show, because if white people aren't watching it, you're not going to get it on the tape.
Okay.
The Real McCoy is the tapes. Have they gone missing? Is that right?
Well, no, they tried to charge an awful lot of money to get them off, but they are there. They're not gone missing. I thought they went missing. But I've been told by Terry Jervis, who was a producer, and Michelle Matteson, who worked as an executive, that they are there. The problem with the Real McCoy, for me, is that, as Robbie G would tell you, not a week goes by without people asking me, when's the Real McCoy coming back? And I think that's so sad. It's an indictment. We finished it in 1995. If a girl left you in 1995, you'd still be sitting there asking, when is she coming back? It's not coming back. It's done. It's finished. It's
what about streaming? Is it not going to be on BritBox or anything like that?
No. Hold on. Do you this brother not understand? It's finished. And the point is, because it was a sketch show, here's the real problem. Sketch shows run, you don't really see sketch shows that have more than 3 or 4 series because it's of the minute. Once they realized 3 non-blondes would take in the mick, they couldn't go out in the street and do it anymore. So it's a sketch show. The real problem is that for some reason none of us, I know Felix Dexter, God rest his soul, did 2 pilots. Curtis did a pilot, Llewellyn, me and Robbie did 2, but we didn't get a comedy series off the back of it. So we weren't able then to kick on. That was the real problem.
So I don't think, though, you answered my question on. Have you got an exact? No, that's fine.
Yeah, I do. I mean, it's probably better that I give you one not from where I am now, although I can, with a manager telling me when I was trying to explain something to him that you're so angry. And I got up and walked out because it's a way of stifling conversation to tell people that I'm passionate. I'm not angry, I'm passionate. But also, when I was 11 years old, I was a top 3 student. I was a clever kid. And I said to the teacher, Mr. Stansfield, I want to be a lawyer. That's what I want to be. And he said to me, that's really nice, Eddie, but I think you should set your sights more realistically. And from that day, I never studied again, because what he was telling me is to stay in my lane. He was telling me that a little black kid from Kingsmead Estate going to the worst school in Hackney was never going to be able to be a lawyer. And that's the thing that we have to work against. Not other people putting limitations on us, but us putting limitations on ourselves.
And it's funny that, bearing in mind, after that you had your success. Did you ever go back to Upton House and tell them your story?
EastEnder, my school was so bad, they knocked it down twice. I swear to you, anybody in Hackney, they didn't knock the school down once. They knocked the school down twice. That's how bad. So there was no going back to that.
So they haven't called. Okay, cool.
So Eddie, finally, I mean, one of the last questions, because we've got. Sorry.
I talked too much. Sorry.
No.
No, we like that.
We like that. Finally, if you were put yourself, because I got to mind how I say this to you, because you'll come back with something quick and put me in my place. I know this. There are people watching, so it'd be very embarrassing and it's taped. If you were sitting in Dominic Cummings' seat, the advisor to the Prime Minister, what would you advise him in the midst of this black racial?
So am I me in the position of a chief advisor to the Prime Minister?
Yeah.
Listen.
So you don't think that Boris is doing that now?
Well, if you've got, I don't know, 200,000 people marching in your country and millions marching all around the world, 50 states in America with, I don't know if you've seen the pictures of Philadelphia, but scary numbers, Berlin, on all the continents of this planet, you've got people marching. And then you have the Prime Minister who says, we are not a racist country. The Home Secretary who says, look, I'm sorry about what happened to people at Windrush, but it's not indicative of our country. And Matt Hancock, the Health Secretary, talking about diversity of thought. The very people that those people marching are trying to speak to are saying there's not a problem. Think about it. That's your Health Secretary, your Home Secretary and your Prime Minister, and today the Chancellor saying there's not really a problem. So if there's not a problem, why are those people out there in the middle of a pandemic? They feel like there's a problem. Listen.
And lastly, before you go, I just thought I'd ask you this as well. Should we be concentrating on statues or not?
statues represent things. You put a statue up to somebody because they've done something good, because they're somebody within a particular community that we want to hold dear. Now, I've been to Bristol and I know Black Boy Lane, White Lady Lane, Black Boy Hill. I know it's a port. I know that if you go to Cardiff and places like Tiger Bay, Liverpool, I see people much lighter than you telling me that they're black with green eyes. So the issue of race that we have in London and how it moves where the ports are is very different. They've been trying to get that statue moved for 15 years. And they felt, black and white, that it wasn't something. I feel as though we need a conversation about the statues, but it's a difficult conversation because Churchill wasn't brilliant on black people. Gandhi wasn't brilliant on black people. Cecil Rhodes. So it isn't about getting rid of them. It's about acknowledging them. But the minute you acknowledge them, you get defensive. Because if you acknowledge it, then you have to do something about it. And if you do something about it, so that's why it's denied, because nobody wants to deal with it. Because if you deal with it, then you have to say, think about it. It was only 40 years ago, 50 years ago, we finished, 13 years ago, in fact, we finished paying for the Second World War. And maybe 25 years ago that we finished paying the compensation that was given to the slave masters, right, for losing their slaves, while at the same time, you gave no education, no compensation, and no housing. And then you wonder how latterly down the line we have the problems that we have. Listen is what
that's why I suppose they say story's the hardest thing to say sometimes, yes?
Indeed.
Especially if you sprout letterboxes, ticking me, watermelons, whatever else he's using. Eddie, anyway, it's been fantastic talking to you. Thank you for setting the scene. I think this will probably be the only time that I get to interview you, which is it's an honor for us anyway.
Thank you. What you're doing is very important. Just keep it up, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. All the best, yeah? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Uncle Eddie there.
No, let's MBE. MBE.
Sir. No, it's definitely a sir in our community. Definitely a sir.
Last time I saw Eddie, he was rushing through Oxford Street tube station, and he still had time to stop and chat. So, respect to Eddie.
What I would ask EastEnder, I mentioned statues there because the debate is getting very about statues. It's not about statues. I think statues is a bite issue. Statues can be taken down as we proceed on, but the more you talk about statues, the more you deflect the issue into, I think, riling up a lot of anger amongst some other people who really want to keep statues and deflect the argument from what we want to talk about, our core argument, which is about equality. But would there have been, if I heard that everybody saying, even Keith Starmer said, follow the law. This is what's being trotted out by Labour and the Conservatives. But if Rosa Parks had followed the law and had given up her seat, where would we be?
Yeah, true.
Fantastic question. Look, I don't even know how to answer that question. Really.
Well, some people will say laws are made to be broken. Some people will say that you have to follow the law. At the end of the day, laws only are worth or relevant to their time, and what's happening in the world and their place in the world at that time. And to be fair, if you make a law and your cultural makeup of your country changes, and there are things in that law that do not suit your cultural makeup of your country, you have to change it. And that's the bottom line.
I mean, look, one of the most important things, Bob Marley says it all the time, get up, stand up, don't give up the fight. Stand up for your rights. Believe in if your rights, believe in it, stand up and protest and do what you need to do so you can get this message heard and across to the right people.
And on that note, let's have our second panelists that are up. And I'll tell you what, one of them I grow with, and I'm so proud of this guy. In fact, I'm very proud of both of them. One I've known longer than the other. So is Tunde Ajayi in the back room? Can we have him stepping up into the building, please? Tunde Ajayi.
I'm in the building.
One of Peckham's finest.
Yes, sir. The cocoa butter has been administered, and the face.
And welcome, Tunde. I mean, for those of you who don't know Tunde, when I say Peckham, he's born and grown in Peckham. He used to come to the dances. He used to be okay. He used to be not so okay. He's kind of lived the streets. But he is very commendable. He is a young man who has set the trend. He's only one of 2 black trainers. We had this conversation in the week. One of 2 black trainers that have taken a fighter to a world title shot. The other being Don Charles, which Tunde was in the corner for that. That was Klitschko against your fighter was the British. That's it, Derek Chisora. And then you took your own fighter, Anthony Yard, a few months back, probably just back of last year. You took him to a light to a light heavyweight championship bout in their backyard in Russia. That wasn't it? Or Ukraine or something like that, wasn't it? Yeah. Now you trained at Roger. You trained at the Mayweather's gym. You cut your teeth under Roger Mayweather and Floyd Mayweather Sr. So you took a lot of you took a lot of your strategy, I think is the word that you probably want me to use, from those guys, mixing it with things that you've learned. Should I just say, can you send my condolences to Anthony Yard, because I know that his grandmother and his father died from coronavirus as well. So please send our heartfelt condolences to him, and he's in our thoughts. And that was over 25 years that you've been in boxing, because you were semi-pro, wasn't you? Yeah? Right.
I'm professional. I did some professional as well.
And unbeaten professional.
Unbeaten, so I'm undefeated.
So hold it there, because I want to get another guest who's going to be talking with you alongside you. Is Nicky Slim Ting in the building? Is he here?
Okay.
Slim Ting.
Yes.
Nicky is an ex-DJ. Some of you might know him from when he used to make a load of money back in the 90s. And then he decided to go into something more and to be a film producer and make more money. He's the producer of Intent 1 and 2. Intent 2 was out last year.
And director.
Sorry, and director. Sorry.
Full credit, mate. Full credit.
And he's also in the building, and we're going to talk. And we're going to talk the things, because both of you said to me, "Yeah, Ray, ask us anything. Ask us anything." So, Tunde, my first question to you: racism and boxing have got a checkered past. Not least because of our icon and activist Muhammad Ali. While best known for his iconic fights, he's arguably the greatest of all time and has a long legacy of fighting racism and discrimination in the US. Anthony Joshua this week stepped out and he went on a march, and he said something around about, trying to build with your own community. He was called out for that. Do you think it is important that prominent black people in positions of power speak out and lead the conversation?
Oh, absolutely. But because it's like when I used to be in a barbershop. I always used to say to myself, in the barbershops, you get the greatest conversations about what we should do. And unfortunately, many of us, history has showed you that many of us have got to the positions, and then when they got there, they didn't speak for us. So Anthony Joshua being in that position and speaking up for, his people, I think is a great thing. It's a great thing, and obviously he suffered backlash, but there has to be a catalyst. There has to be someone who starts the ball rolling. And even for myself, it's a shame, because when I came into boxing, I went to a particular gym in Brixton, and I never forget the owners telling me that, Tundi, you're wasting your time. He said to me, what happens is the black fighters, the black trainers build up the black fighters, and then they go to white trainers. But he didn't realize he was talking to a Kunta Kinte, not a Toby. And I was like, all right, say nothing, boom. I'm gonna prove to you that I'm gonna one day, and this is 20 years ago, one day take a black person and a white person and an Asian person, but specifically a black person, to the top of the mountain, regardless of what my own people were telling me I couldn't do. So I think for me, seeing Anthony Joshua up there and speaking on behalf of his race, I was so proud of the guy.
I mean, when you said that it was a white guy that told you that in the gym, or was it a black guy that told you that in the gym?
No, it was a black guy.
A black guy told you that. So
it was my own people.
So how did you feel about that? How did you feel about that at the time? How did you?
Again, you know what? Listening to Eddie Nesta, I realized how much I'm in my own world. I realized the guy's so articulate and he's so educated, and you know, he knows so much on history. You know, he's a historian. But Tunde Ajayi is a now historian. I don't business. I can't live my life based on the past and what went before. I have to deal with what's happening now and how I can affect change. And so that's the way my dad brought me up. You know, he told me something negative, and I was determined to prove otherwise. And I did that. And as I said to you the other day on the phone, just look at the numbers. Where are the black managers? Where are the black trainers? In fact, I mean, you know, my good friend Mick Collier, who is not black, I'll go so far to say, how many black managers are there in the sport of British boxing? Because Don Charles, you know, isn't a manager; he's a trainer. So I've defeated the odds. I've done it on my own, you know, and I've
So are we saying that you're the only
fight on my? I'm the only one. What has happened now? There's a young trainer who exactly went through the same experience as me, you know, building up fights and then leaving. And I said, brother, get your manager's license. You know, and thankfully Haroon Headley, he's now got his manager's license. So, you know, 2 is better than 1, 3 is better than 1. And we just got to continue to build for ourselves. The boxing, the way I see it is boxing is that we have to get in the game first before we can have a real voice. And I wasn't interested in what had happened in the past with black trainers. I was like, no, brother, I'm gonna do this on my own. If I have to do it on my own, I'm gonna do it on my own. And I feel that's why I've had so much criticism. You see the posts, you see the negativity that I've faced over the last 20 years in the sport of boxing. But I don't care. If you come on my page, you get blocked. That's how I move. I'm moving forward, and I'm always. I live in a world where I believe I can do anything, and you know. So the first thing was getting a trainer's license. I got the trainer's license. The first thing was getting the manager. The second thing was getting a. It wasn't a hard process because I believe it wasn't hard at all because I've never put doubt in my mind. You know, I believe positive attracts positive. You know, and I've proven it. That's the thing about it. I've proven it. You know, I've got a lot of great friends on the British Boxing Board of Control. There's one referee who's fighting the cause now, Jeff Hines. But I'm doing what I can do. And I've proven without Anthony Yard is the only boxer on it with a global deal with Adidas. And I put that together. I went to Germany in Herzog. No one's going to tell you that, you know, but I done that. I refuse to listen to the negativity or even or be, you know, I don't even think about it. I'm just like, look, this is what we got to do. One day I will be attached to the boxer that they told me eventually that will leave me, and we'll do it. And that's what I feel me and Anthony Yard have done. We've shown people, especially from our neighborhood, London, that anything is possible. And again, go on. And again, as I say, and again, as I say, Anthony Yard is a global ambassador for Adidas. And that's big, because that's showing young kids from London in boxing as well. And not only just London, all over, that anything's possible.
But boxing, the boxing game, your fight, how would you describe Frank Warren? He's your promoter? Is that how you describe it?
Yeah, Frank is our promoter.
Yeah. And
you know what it is? It's I was talking about this the other day. I take a man for what he is. And I take boxing for what it is, which is a business. Professional boxing is a business. Now, as a businessman, I don't go on.
But you're in a world where it's the majority of the crowd. Like when I go boxing matches, it's usually a white majority crowd. You're not prone to not hear something at a boxing match.
I'll be honest with you. I heard it. I'm just being honest with you. I'm not. Listen, and I think maybe because of the brothers that we're bringing to the fights, certain individuals have to be more passive, because you know what it's like. You're a kid from the ends. You go to a boxing match and you're seeing a group of black guys together, and you know that if we're attacked, we're gonna fight back, because it's the fight game. And I feel that boxing is the sport, as far as I'm concerned, where there isn't as much racism. But that's maybe because we haven't tried to get the manager's license, the promoter's license, which is what I have done. And as a black person, I didn't face no resistance getting them. I just applied for them. I applied for those positions and I got them. The next job was finding a young kid who had some moral background that wasn't racist, like I wasn't racist, but believed in me. I'm not gonna call no names, but I've had a contract with a prominent young black boxer right now. He is right now. And his dad come with a black talk. And I signed a contract with that fighter. But guess what? Somebody offered him money to leave me. And they left me.
Yeah.
Me and Anthony Yard done it from scratch. You see? So there was the opportunity there for that young black boy that's making millions now, that's being talked about in £1 million fights, to show his unity with me. Because when no one weren't talking about him,
and to build together,
he signed a contract with me.
Yeah.
He signed a contract with me. So this is what I'm trying to say. There's too many weak brothers out there.
Yeah.
Come on, try that in the music industry.
There's too many weak brothers out there.
Okay.
What's his name?
Too many weak brothers out there. So I've had to fight this thing on my own.
Tunde.
I've had to fight this thing on my own because. Yeah.
You're looking passa. You got
Tunde. Come on.
He's looking passa today.
This is like the name and shame. Like we have to put them up. We should name and shame them.
No. What if you want to do it?
Come on.
Here you have me working my ass off, missing a crucial part of my son's life, sacrificing to get to the top of my sport. Then there's another brother coming in saying, yeah, black power, let's all be united. Then you get faced with the ultimatum: leave Tunde, forget the dream, or take the check. And he took the check. but
I think that Milo kind of exposed you up there.
but yeah, big up Milo. You don't know. Listen, but me and we come from scratch. So I can't even start to blame Frank Warren. Frank Warren put us on his shows. Frank Warren done the maneuvers to get us the world title fight. What I think shocked to a lot of people that we would even have the guts, the nerve to go to Russia.
and
You
do
see what I'm
that.
saying?
But hold on a minute,
Yeah.
We're either gonna
hold on one
we're
sec,
either
Tom.
gonna set. Go on.
Yeah, hold on one sec, because I want to bring in Nicky there because he's been waiting patiently. Nicky Slimton, how are you, sir? First of all, I can't hear you. We can't hear you there.
Oh,
Yeah, we can't hear you. Are you unplugged there? We can't hear you at all.
no.
Oh, okay.
Can
Nah,
we
not a thing. Not a word.
check?
Not everything.
It's gonna have to log out and log back in.
Log back in. Tunde,
You know, it's
so
so interesting what Tunde was saying about the whole boxing thing and the manager thing. That's exactly what it's like in the music industry as well, where you might build an artist up to a particular development. You do all the development, and then along comes a big, version of Simon Cowell or a CAA, one of these big agencies that then takes them, to massive success, and you always end up losing out.
But I mean, the beauty of Tunde's story is like it's a black boxer we're talking about.
Yeah, and he took it all the way up there, which is good. That is so inspirational. Obviously.
today,
Who was in Frank? Who was in Frank Bruno's corner? Who was in Chris Eubank's corner? Who was in Nigel Benn's corner? Where's the representation for us? I'm the first one. So that's why I told that, and I got here by talking the same talk. I never changed. Ray. I never changed, Michael. You understand? I went into the boardroom of Global Adidas. And talk my talk. So what I take from that is that I think we need to stop wasting energy on problems that affect others, because it's not our problem. We got to deal with our.
well, that's a view. That's a view. So,
we're putting
so
Yeah.
hold on. I want to ask.
I refute.
Hold on, Tunde. I just want to ask. Can you hear me now, Nicky? Are you there? Still can't hear you, Nicky. Yeah, still can't hear you.
He probably got the mic muted. He's probably got the
No,
mic.
he's not muted. He's not muted.
No, he's not muted.
He's not muted.
It may be muted on his actual. What are you doing? Laptop or phone, Nicky?
Can't hear him.
Nicky, if you go back out again, Jay, can you give Nicky a call, please, and just take him through for me, please? Yeah? So we can get him back on. Oh, okay. So, Tunde, last question to you. This moment that we're in, fighting for equality.
Yes.
What side of the argument? How do you think that we can further our case for equality? What strategy? What's one thing that you would, if you could tell us right now to do, at least to say, listen, this is one of the things that I think that I should suggest.
I'm going to say it very clearly. Be what you want to see. I'm going to say it again. Be what you want to see. We're so good. We've got our university degrees in telling others what to do. And we don't do it ourselves. This is why I revert back to the boxer that sold me out. And his dad that sold me out. Nothing man ain't gonna talk like I talk. Nothing ain't gonna talk like I talk.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
I hear that.
Nothing man ain't gonna talk. So we gotta be so Ray, the answer is be what you want to see.
You want to be.
We have to get ourselves in the positions before we can enter the argument. So it's quite evident in a sport like football, there ain't no black manager in England. There ain't no black manager in football in Italy. There ain't no black manager in football in Spain, in Germany. So we have to get in the positions. And if we're applying for the positions and we're still not getting it, then that's a problem. That's a massive problem. But I'm saying for my sport, boxing, we got, remember how it all started for me? It all started for me with a black man telling me that I can't do it. So that's a big issue right there. Because
you went on and you dealt with it.
Young person. So how are you going to be telling a young person that this what happened? You already put in their mind. This is why I keep saying it. Dream it, believe it, become it. Simple.
I hear that. Totally. We got to leave it right there. We got to leave it right there, man.
You know, talk. You know,
but you know,
expose
I know.
But
you know that I'm going to get you on one of our special shows anyway to come and talk to things. You're one of the guys who set the trend. So yes, thanks very much for coming on. Good day.
Yes, sir.
Bless.
Thank you.
All right, respect.
Nicky Slinting, are you in the building now, or are you?
I'm
Are you there?
Can you hear me? I'm in.
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, just about. You're gonna have to talk up a little bit though, yeah?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Nicky,
Well,
I'm okay. Are you okay?
I'm good. Good.
How pressured do you feel when you're making a black film to make it about, as a film producer, director, you know, script writer, like when you're doing your scripts, and obviously some of the time you've got to go and look for that funding. Films, you know, they're not something that, well, the level of films that you're making is not films that you can just go and run around on your local camera and go and make. They need funding to do that, to get them up to a certain level. How pressured though do you feel from those people who might want to invest in your product, that they want to see a film about a struggle, a film about our history, slavery, you know, like 12 years a slave? Have you ever been put in that position, or is it that you're not? You feel that you can go out and make a film about what you want to make it about?
First of all, I'm a filmmaker. I'm here to tell stories, all sorts of stories from all walks of life. And I'm a black filmmaker, yes, because I'm black, but my stories are for everybody to watch. I feel like 12 Years a Slave and those films are very important, but they're not something that I want to, they're not films that I want to make. I feel that I've seen black people being oppressed, and for so many years, I don't need to watch a film about slavery anymore. I feel like my job is, as a black filmmaker, is to enhance, giving opportunity to black talent. You know, I feel like I need to open up the door to showcase black talent on the mainstream TV, mainstream cinema, and open up jobs and opportunities for young black people. I think that's my job as a filmmaker, to those opportunities to people who may not have those opportunities. So films like 12 Years a Slave in those films, they've played their part. You know, we had Roots before that. There's been many before that have showcased black people suffering through slavery. We know about slavery. How many more movies are we going to make about slavery films? I feel like we need to start changing the narrative and start focusing on films that uplift black people and show black people in other lights. Even myself, like my first ever feature film was called It's a Lot. It was about a middle-class black family whose son, the young guy, he crashed his car and had to raise the money before his parents came back home.
Yeah, I remember that.
It's a lot. That was for the ACLT, raising awareness of black people with leukemia and stuff like that. And many people don't know I made that movie. People just think, oh, I made The Intent and The Intent 2. And people were on to me like, oh, why are you making these kind of gangster movies? Why are you making these sort of movies? I make all types of movies. If I wake up today and I decide I want to make a rom-com, I'll make a rom-com. If I want to make a sci-fi, I'll make a sci-fi. My main goal is to showcase black talent, because there's so much black talent across the world and in the UK, and give opportunities as well behind the camera, jobs. Like, people talk about diversity. I go to a lot of sets and there's no diversity. When you come to my sets, you see black crew. You know, you see black
cameraman,
cameraman, makeup person, just all forms of people. Like, I make sure that my team, there is a lot of black people working and giving opportunity to people to work, you know, because it's not just about being on camera, it's about having people behind the scenes in positions of power.
And that's so true. You know, there's so many times that I see production companies, you know, around London, and you know, one of the things I always say is like, why is there never a black man holding the camera? It always seems to be white guys holding the camera. So, you know, it's absolutely true. And, you know, the fact that, you know, someone's doing it now, it's a wonderful thing that you're doing.
Well, it goes back
Nikki, do
and letting black kids know that there's opportunities for them to be a cameraman, and there's opportunities for them to be a producer and a DOP and all these other behind the scenes jobs. What people can get paid big money. DOPs are like on £2,000 a day, 3,000.
Just for some of our listeners that may not know what a DOP is, you want to explain that?
Person who holds the camera when you're shooting the movie. Like, I'm not actually the person who holds the camera. I direct. I'm behind the monitor, telling that guy who's holding the camera what to do. You know, and for me, it's like these are big, important jobs, and these are well-paid jobs. And I feel like the black community haven't been educated on these jobs. You know, people don't know, like, when you want to get into film and entertainment, most people believe or think they have to be the actor or they have to be the person on screen. You know, it takes over 40 to 60 people to make a movie, even more, hundreds that collaborate as a collective that make a movie.
So where's oh, go on, Nick. Go on, Ray.
Nikki, but do you think that when you go to these mainstream companies to get a deal, to get a distribution deal for your film and so forth, do you think that they really understand the culture and how important it is?
They completely don't understand the culture. There is no black distribution company set up in the UK. When I went to release my first independent film, The Intent One, which was very successful, I went to every major distribution company in this country, and they all told me no. They all said it's not going to work. They all said they can't see it working. It's a full black cast. They just wasn't interested. I got an offer from a distribution company who offered me like peanuts, like pence. And literally in a few weeks after them offering me that deal, they went bust. So they definitely understand black film. They don't. They actually told me there's not a market for black cinema. Black people don't go to the cinema. That's what I was told.
Wow.
Nikki, and there was a point that your film Intent 2 got kind of banned from the cinemas. What?
So the thing with Intent 2, the funny thing is, I told you this on the phone the other day. Nobody ever knew this. So when I was releasing the Intent 2, what happens before you release a film? You pitch it to all the cinemas. So you have a cinema booker. So he's like an agent, ticket booker, and this agent goes to every cinema, Odeon, View, Cineworld, Picture House, all the big major cinemas, and they play them the film beforehand to see if they're interested in previewing your film at their cinema. So the massive chain, The View, they said to us, they're not interested. They're not going to play the film. You know, they said they're not going to play The Intent 2. They thought it was violent. They thought they didn't want that kind of demographic coming into their cinemas. The View, to give you the escape on it, is the biggest, one of the largest cinemas in the UK. They have the most major complexes in the major places, like they've got them in Westfields. So if you got your film, like for example in Westfield, Stratford, Westfields in West London, you could probably generate, just being in that cinema, like £500,000 just being in that cinema. So if they take you out of their cinema, that's a lot of cinemas you can't get to, because all the kids can only get to cinemas where there's train access. So if you look at a lot of black films that come out, they're in cinemas that people can't really get to, and they're on times that people can't really go to the cinema to. So the time to have your film in the cinema is like between 6 and 10. A lot of times when you see a lot of black films come out from the US, because there's hardly any black films in the UK, they're shown very late. They're in 1 or 2 cinemas. So The View said to us, no, they're not going to showcase our film. And at that time, I look back and I wish I made the decision to let the public know. I was worried because I felt that if the View said no to me and other cinemas found out about View saying no, I thought they was all going to say no. So I kind of swept it underneath the carpet and just let all the other cinemas put it out, and the View said no to us. But what happened a few years later, Ratman with Blue Story, they done the same thing to him. But he spoke about it on Twitter, and there was that big outcry, and everybody went up against them, and you saw the result of that. So I wish, looking back at that time, I was brave enough to face the racism that was going on towards us.
All right, so, Nikki, what has the lockdown period and the alternative streaming platform shown you as the black filmmaker?
I feel like for me, moving forward, I was lucky enough that this is why Netflix has been so important to black filmmakers, to black content around the world, because Netflix just changed the whole landscape of making films, how people see films, and how the public get to consume films. So people like Netflix made my film The Intent to available worldwide, where I would have never had that opportunity. So people all around the world have seen my film and able for me to make a living of that. You know, also it's woken me up to know that I need to create my own platform where I can be direct to the consumer, so I can create my own. I can make my own movies, put my movie up on my webpage, charge a premium for that film, and people can just buy it direct to consumer. Cut the cinema out. So people like The View and many of these massive cinema chains are gonna really soon maybe come extinct as time goes on, because people like things directly in their house. The cinema experience is not what it used to be 5-6 years ago.
And like Tyler Perry, is one of your goals to own your own film studio?
Yeah, 100% own my own film studio. That for me, that is the way forward. You know, but it takes millions and millions of pounds. That takes ownership. The problem we have in the UK with majority of things, we don't own nothing. You know, as black
people, that's the thing. Yeah.
We don't own the music industry. We don't own anything. So it's hard for me to make a black film and go and speak to somebody else of another color to understand my culture. They can't sell to my culture. They don't understand our story. You know, what you may find funny, they don't even know what the joke is. They wouldn't even understand that. So when I'm going trying to sell them a film about my culture, our culture, they don't understand it.
Okay, Nikki, I've got to leave it there because the producer's in my ear. We're running late. Thank you for coming on, though. We'll catch up. Yeah, but Nikki,
big up, Nikki. All the best.
Yeah, all the best, and we'll talk off stream. Thanks a lot for coming on, Nikki. Thanks a lot. Right, I think.
Yeah. Up next, we've got another guest. I mean,
who we got?
I think we're kind of getting a backdrop towards racism and how that affects us in different ways. And it's an interesting conversation. Okay. Reggie, where do we go from here?
From here, I mean, obviously, we're going to dig a bit more deeper into social issues and stuff like that. And we've got some great guests coming up next here on the podcast. First of all, hopefully we should have him, is Kwame McPherson. Hello, Kwame. And also we should have Scotty. Scotty there as well. Excellent. Good evening. So for those of you who don't know who these two gentlemen are, Kwame McPherson is an author and international storyteller, football referee, and also he's a qualified lifelong learning trainer. You've also got Scotty, who does such invaluable work and works in the community as a counsellor. He's also a psychotherapist in trauma in the community. So definitely a very important section here. First of all, with you, Kwame, I mean, you know, can you share an experience of racism in the grassroots and semi-pro football industry as a referee? Because you've been a referee since the early 90s.
A long time. It's interesting because, as you probably, as Viv Vibes has said, there's a trend, a theme that runs from the other guests in regards to racism, right? And my particular experiences, I've had numerous, because I've been refereeing for, like I said, for years. But there's one where I had about 3 seasons ago, and I was doing this game between a Turkish team and a white team, funny enough.
Turkish
and I'm the only black man. Yeah,
right.
I'm the only black man, so you can imagine. So the thing is that I remember the Turkish team were winning, and I gave them a penalty on top of it. And they're very passionate in terms of being fans, they're fanatical. In the end, I had to actually run for my life.
Wow.
No, serious thing. This is grassroots football.
And what
I
age?
had to literally. Sorry, you stand up.
What age group is this? When you say grassroots, what is it?
Young
Under
men,
what?
young men, adults,
Okay. Yeah.
So about 18.
Yeah, and older. And I'll tell you, literally, I had to run for my life. And the funny thing was, that showed me how stark and how volatile football is in that regard, especially grassroots football. But that is just one of many, because I've had times when, if you're refereeing like a black team against a white team, that's when you see all the angst. That's when you see the actual racism actually come out. And because you're a referee and you're a black man, they immediately think that you're going to side with the black team. You know what I mean?
It's quite funny.
As a referee, you have to be impartial, and I always try to be impartial. But there's one particular game, and this is where I wasn't impartial. I hold up my hand to that.
Yeah.
There was this team I was warned there was a fight between this black team and this white team, and they always give the black man the hardest games. You know what I mean? They always give. It's always like the black man can manage the toughest game. So the game of this game, and I'm roughing the game, and I don't see any problems. And it is one particular player, right? I knew the players who were the troublemakers.
Yeah.
So he literally ran and hit me. My back was turned to him. He ran and hit me deliberately. So when he hit me, I said, and I marked his number, right? And as soon as the closest black player came to me, I said, "Yo, clap him for me." No, I'm a referee. No, I said, "Clap him for me." You see when he got the lick? He said, "Ref." I said, "I don't see anything." Hey, eventually,
so that was your own version of restorative justice.
Yeah, because eventually, because we were getting so many licks, because the word got around the team to lick that white dude, we can't lick the referee, right? So when that happened, they had to take him off because he would have got. I would have sent him off anyway, eventually. But they took him off or something. But I'm just raising that as a point because in grassroots football, and I guess as you go up, you can see as you go up, you see the systematic racism actually.
Yeah.
But grassroots football, it is there, and I've experienced it a number of times.
It's quite funny because I used to do refereeing in the Harrow Youth League over in Middlesex, and racism. You mentioned the players, but the parents are just as bad.
I was just going to come to that as well, I was going to come to that.
Yeah. When it comes to racism.
Well, it's interesting because, like I said, in grassroots football, especially when you go to lower kids, you don't have the problem with the kids. You have problems with the adults, obviously, because they're now grown up. The kids, they're fine. It's always the parents. Always the parents. And that's where they learn it from. And you can actually see how somebody can be ingrained with something from them young and how they grow up to become it when they got later on. So those are the parts of the experiences in my mind.
So bearing with that in mind, and I'm sorry to hear about those experiences of yours. We haven't had any black pro referees since Uriah Rennie was on the league. Everybody remembers Uriah Rennie, prominent black referee in the pro game. Do you have any suggestions of how the FA could probably use the moment that we're in now to change or reduce the racism in football at the moment?
That's a good question because I know Uriah actually personally, and it always amazed me because, like I said, I've been in the game for such a long time that you have good referees, you have good black referees, but they always seem to reach level 4, which is semi-pro professional, and can't go any further. And what I realized earlier on is that again, it's institutionalized like everything else within this country. It's institutionalized. So you have to either give up that part of yourself, that part of yourself to become one of them, you become a coconut, whatever you want to call it, in order to achieve what you need to achieve to get where you need to be, right?
Yeah.
Or you continue plugging away, hoping that something will change. Like I said, I've been in the game for a long time, and I've come across some really good black referees. What I mean, better than what we see in the Premier today. But they just have not been able to get to the next step because, one, the assessors are white. That's the first thing. And assessors are basically people who assess you on a particular game and then grade you. Now, obviously, if you manage the game in a way that is not conducive to how they would manage a game, they mark you down. So,
Yeah.
and so if your approach to the game is completely different, you know, all that kind of stuff. For example, I know a number of good referees who are dreadlocks, rastas, really good referees. But because of their appearance alone, they won't get across that barrier to get to the next level. So those are the things. In terms of suggestions, I think the first instance, there's something called, I believe it has to be radical. You know, it has to be really radical. So you probably have to bring in quotas. You know, we see it right across the board. We have a lot of black footballers.
Positive discrimination.
Has to be something like that. We have a lot of black footballers, a lot of ex-pros who have not been able to get within to be a part of the whole entire system. So there has to be something which is very radical, which enables them to come back into the game at a level where they can actually be managers, coaches, physiotherapists, professional referees in terms of level 1, and so on and so forth. So there has to be, but who's going to take that step? It's like a chicken and egg scenario. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How will it happen? Who's going to make that first step in order to bring those referees in to be at the level that they need to be at? You know what I mean? So
but would you say? You know, obviously, as a footballer, you experience a lot of racism, and even at grassroots, you've heard the racism. As a referee yourself, that has had a massive impact on players, on people then wanting to make the next step. And maybe there might be some kind of psychological thing going on, and you definitely have some experience of it where you've had a bit of trauma, and you wrote a book even about what's called My Date with Depression.
Depression, yeah, the one behind me, yeah.
You know, do you want to give us a quick?
Yeah, well, that has nothing to do with football, actually, funny enough. But it's a book in terms of my own experience, in terms of my mental ill health that I had, challenges that I had in regards to experiences and going through a particular experience that was brought on by external and external influence. I allowed that external influence to influence my internal self, and that caused me to go into a place of depression. And it basically had to do with investments, losing money, allowing all of that angst to become a part of my consciousness. And I went into a place where, you know, it was challenging, but I came out of it. There's a number of things that I did to come out of it, and one of them, which funny enough, is I head back to Africa. I went to Ghana, and that's where I actually went to the west coast of Africa. I went into the enslavement castle. I had a particular spiritual moment with ancestors in that realm, and that helped me to become out of it in such a way that where I am today. So that is an experience that's in the book too, you know. But I know.
So you like kind of like had a spiritual enlightenment. It's the same way Muslims go to have Hajj in Mecca. You went to Ghana. I mean, you know, Scotty, sir, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Subject of kind of like it's a really serious subject, and while we're on the subject of depression and stuff, you obviously are a counsellor, you're a psychotherapist, and you must have many kind of like ways of dealing with depression and trauma. First of all, how does trauma manifest itself in sort of like our community itself?
When I talk about trauma, there's individual trauma, there's a one-off traumatic event, or if you experience numerous traumatic events, it has an impact on your very being in terms of it can affect. If we talk about generational trauma, it has literally altered our genetics. So we have more cortisol in our body. That means we're more likely to be stressed. When you're more likely to be stressed, you're talking about ill health. So earlier on, Ray was talking about COVID and the data. There's a report that came out today, the PHHC report around the COVID and the disproportionality. And we are more likely to be affected by ill health because of trauma. Trauma affects us on a relationship level. It affects the way how the brain actually thinks. So at the front of the brain is the thinking part, is the emotion, the regulation. Prehistoric part of the brain is the back. That's the flight or flight. When you've suffered many traumatic experience, you stop operating in the front part of the brain in your emotions, and you're in a constant state of hyperarousal. So when I think about trauma, my working life has been mainly around with young people. And I worked in St. George's Hospital 24 hours on A&E. And when I used to try and explain to people about our young people, why are they in this constant state? Why are they able to harm a next human being? It's because of the trauma that they experience. And I want you guys to think about this question, and it's not just for you, it's for the audience that's listening as well. That picture of George Floyd is being constantly played, day in, day out. How does that traumatize us to see a black man that looks like us day in, day out being murdered? And I asked myself this question: if that was a picture of the Jewish Holocaust, would social media, would the newspapers, would the news be playing that image over and over and over again? And what that does to us as a community, this is where we start looking at community trauma now. So when we suffer individual trauma, it affects our very being, our alertness, numbness, sleeping patterns, the way how we relate in interpersonal relationships. But at this moment in time, we are suffering now from generational plus community trauma. We are all in pain now. Everyone who I've been speaking to over the last 2 weeks, they're talking about seeing that man being murdered, almost brought up ancestral pain about how our ancestors felt when they were under the knee. So that same pain is what we are experiencing today, and it is traumatic to the core of who we are. And when Raymond asked me to come on the show, I was a bit anxious. How am I going to talk to these people, and how am I going to actually explain what it is, how it feels like? And the trauma that we experience is not just on an interpersonal level. So when we look at systemic racism, and a lot of people are banding that word around, and I'm trying to really be curious with them if they understand the levels. So you got institutional racism. That's the institutions, the monarchy, where those structures from slavery have almost been embedded into society. Then that filters down into organizational racism, your football, your boxing, your NHS. And then it filters down into your personal. And then what that does is every day, not only do we have to think about just living, we have to think about how do we navigate all of these complex nuances that have an impact on our mental well-being. So it's really difficult at the moment for a lot of people. And the key, guys, people ask me, why do people talk to you, Scott? We all have the capacity to help people with their emotional well-being.
Of course.
The core conditions of help, and we all have it as a community, is empathy, as an empathic understanding, unconditional positive regard. That is seeing people no matter what they are. They could be an alcoholic, a drug user, someone in a lower. We're going to have a positive regard because they are a human being. And realness. We're going to be genuine. We're going to be real with how we feel. So in my field of work, we call it like a mentalizing capacity, where we are more curious about our minds, and that enables us to be curious about other people's minds. But one of the first things that we have to start doing is talking about our own feelings. So if I'm able to express to Ray, you know what, Ray, I've had a difficult day today, that almost signals to Ray, actually, I can say to Scotty, my day's been shit. But if I'm not sharing my thoughts and how I'm feeling, if I'm not sharing my thoughts and my feelings, that doesn't give the next person the opportunity to dig into themselves. So I'm very passionate about my role. Before I was coming on, Ray was going to ask me a question, Scotty, why did you start this? How did your journey begin? So I'm still in Northwest London. I'm always going to be in Stonebridge. That's my heart. That's my land. That's where I grew up. And I'm seeing trauma every day. I'm getting referrals now for young men, 6, 7 years old, that have witnessed community trauma, violence in the community. At 6 or 7, they're suffering. They haven't got the full symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, but as a community, that's how we're flexing now. We are actually in a position where we have been in war and we're having the same symptoms, flashbacks. Sometimes as an adult male,
Totally agree.
when I see police, I automatically start getting anxious.
Yeah,
why?
Likewise.
Growing up in the hood, they used to terrorize us. And again, that's what we call institutional racism, because back in the day, it was their jobs to criminalize us. So once you had a criminal record, that was more traumatic. It affected your ability to have a job. Then as a man, as you get growing up, that trauma then impacts how you have relationship with our queens. So we're not, so all of these things have an impact. So when we start looking at young people now and people start talking about, well, absent dads, and we got to look back on how all of these traumas have brought us to where we are today. So I am really hopeful that this pedal, that this foot that we have on the pedal now of talking about this stays on the pedal. And I'm going to share something with you guys now. So I was in a team meeting today. It's an organization that I work for. And there's a lot of psychotherapists, there's a lot of professors, and they're mainly white. But we had to have this conversation. And it was on a Zoom platform. And there's a word that we use called shame. Shame is one of the biggest things that drive behavior. I could feel their shame even through the camera, because it finally dawned on them that this privilege that they have and this pressure that we have to live every day, they felt uncomfortable talking about it. When I told them I have lived this for 50 years, I could just see the shame on them. And this is why we need to keep these conversations going.
And we're definitely doing that here. We're definitely doing that here. I mean, just to let people know that there was a ticker tape, so like running across the screen of how to get in touch. You kindly provided us with a few places where people can go to seek help, and also some websites as well. And if we need counselling, you know, we've got that here, and that's something that we're trying to do with the podcast here today, which is to get to the bottom and crust of exactly what you've been saying. I mean, with yourself, Kwame, you know, how a lot of the stuff that Courtney spoke about, how does that reflect with your experience as well?
Well, you know, it's interesting what Scotty said, actually, because when he talked about the generational trauma, one of the reasons why I decided to go back to Ghana to see where it all began, basically in terms of Africans in the Caribbean, Africans in the Americas, and how that experience impacted on me as a black man in the West. And when I went, I actually realized what that trauma was, exactly what Scotty just said, how the root trauma, how it began, and how it became generational, and how it's in our DNA. And I had to recognize that, because I didn't, you know what I mean? I had a lot of facade, you know what I mean? Probably had a business, lost money, I probably, you know, had clothes, whatever. But it was all a facade. But when I went back to Cape Coast in particular, and I stood before the ancestors, and I was naked, you know what I mean? All the facade was gone. I couldn't, you know what I mean? I couldn't have that mask in front of them, right?
So it's like a cleansing.
Exactly. So that's where it actually began in terms of me, for part of my journey, where I had to go back to the root of why I was in the situation that I was in at a particular time. So, and it is a journey, I think, that a lot of us probably can take or should take, in terms of recognizing that root trauma, and then everything else that's built up on top, all the layers that come on top. You know what I mean? From institutionalized, societal, everything else that comes up on top. You know, it's and it's a way of navigating that, or navigating it. And I think that's where it begins. I think it really begins in terms of having that relationship for us to heal.
Okay. Kwame and Scotty, we're gonna have to cut it there because we're running way behind time. And wait to go. Kwame, thank you
I
for
wish I
coming
could
on.
speak all on.
Secretary. Hey, some of the stories.
Do you know what? When
and
Scotty and Kwame were speaking, I felt like I was on a counselor chair, and it was great. You know, I felt like he was talking to me. I got my eyes welling up.
Yeah, listen, I mean, and Scotty, anyway, we will talk. We will talk.
Yeah.
That's all I've got to say. We will talk.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Brilliant. Cheers. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank
Cool.
you.
I'm telling
Wow.
you, that was very inspirational for me. I learned a lot there.
Oh yeah.
You know when it's a serious debate when we all go quiet and we just listen.
Well, the thing is, because the thing is that when you're learning, when you're listening and you're learning and you're reflecting on your own journey, and it is quite emotional for you. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling quite emotional now from it.
Oh yeah, of course.
Things are coming up. And you're thinking, okay. Anyway, East, where do we go now?
Hopefully, it's the big one for me. Grammy Award winner, producer, presenter, the one and only Shaunie B from BBC One Extra had a mad conversation last week. I know Shaunie for a long time, and I thought I knew everything about Shaunie, but what he put out on Radio One Extra last week with Ace.
I listened to it live.
Wow, it was something different. So let's see if we can get Shaunie up. Is Shaunie online here, guys?
We're supposed to be online somewhere.
Let's have a look. Let's see, Shaunie B.
If not, production team, can you tell us so we can?
But Reggie, when you heard it, you said you listened to it live. Was you like?
At first, I thought. I'll be honest with you. I was very cynical at first when they first did the promo for it, and I thought, it's just gonna be another, normal PC correct type chat. Listen, let me tell you, when they introduced themselves as their government name, we say in this country, their government name, and they started to speak about the injustices that they experienced in the BBC and how it made them feel. Lord have mercy. I felt like, one of the things that. Here he is. There he is.
Shaunie B in the building.
He can tell you, man. He can tell you. But it brought out a lot of emotion, and I kept saying, I understand. I hear you, Shaunie. I understand, because we've had discussions. About things. So he needs to turn up his microphone. We can't hear him.
We can hear you, Shaunie.
Can't hear you, Shaunie. I thought you had DJ. Have you turned the mic on? Yeah, but whilst he's trying to hear you. No, I can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Yeah,
big time BBC trading. Obviously, the BBC trading didn't work that well. But,
Reggie, it's Shaunie B. You got to be careful because you're firing them shots at you. He's going to fire them back at you.
For me. I know he's got a tough plate.
I'm not going to defend you.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Shaunie. Still.
You want to log out and log back in?
Yeah.
Log out and log back in
quickly. Yeah.
So Ray, I mean, you listened to it as well, didn't you?
I did. Do you know what? It's funny because when you work so many years in the institution, and you hear those stories, and you're thinking, yes, you've got similar stories, and it really resonates with you, and you're thinking, damn, it's kind of sad because in one way you're thinking that you're not the only one, and in another way you're thinking, but why is there so many of us with the same stories? You know what I mean? And the same kind of stories. It's not even that they really deviate much. It's the same structures, and they're blocking us in the same kind of way. You know what I mean? Is he there?
Can't hear you, Shaunie.
Can't hear you, Shaunie, man.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a lot of people don't know I do radio plugins, so I'm in and out of a lot of.
What's radio plugins? Sometimes it's the audience.
Sorry, I'm the person that helps to get the record played by a particular DJ or playlisted on a radio station. So going into some of these buildings and sometimes sitting down with producers. So you have producers who basically produce the radio show for the presenter, and they're kind of like a buffer, and they act as a buffer as well between them having tons and tons of artists. So we kind of like help to fill that gap and be that go-between for them. And you know, some of the times I've been in there. Now, Shaunie, we still can't hear you, mate.
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
Yeah. Do you know I was plugged up to go and do a live stream for Welcome to Jamrock? I had to plug the mic back in. My apologies.
Oh, okay.
Apologies.
What's this style here? Anyway, East, I'll leave you to do it. You don't want to hear.
So, Shaunie,
about
yes, sir.
Intro. We can't see the Grammy in the background, but we know it's there somewhere.
It's up on the other wall over there.
So last week you had a frank and honest conversation about
sir.
race with BBC One Extra, about the perceptions of a black man. Now, I want to ask you a couple of questions. You know, how difficult was it to be honest and truthful, and then hear yourself first-hand stories from some of your listeners, and to be able to control your emotions? Because I heard a lot of your emotions in that interview.
To be honest, I think I'm a very honest person, to my detriment at the best of times, to be brutally honest with you. To be able to go on air and be honest, there's always been moments that I've chosen to be honest on air, when I see like the violence out in the streets and all kinds of situations. But to be honest about this, and to be brutally honest in the manner that I was, that was something new, definitely something different. And it was, I think it's because of the time, what's going on right now, if I be honest with you. I don't think, I think a lot of us have really stepped up to the plate because it's a real serious time. And I think that social media has got to do with a lot to do with the momentum of what's going on, because it's like a gathering of a massive village right now. And I don't even need to physically see you there to know that you've got my back. I can feel that wave and that energy online. So when it was the Blackout Tuesday thing that came up, and I saw it on Sunday, and then I saw like one and two DJs make comments about what they're gonna do. So I was like, what are we gonna do as a station? And if I be brutally honest with you, as I'm an honest guy, I wasn't like the first to jump up and down about this Blackout Tuesday thing, because I was like, we're already in shutdown anyway. So if we're going to make them feel the pinch, we're not going to really make them feel the pinch right now. But the other thing that was said in the Blackout Tuesday thing was to reach out and touch your community. And then I got a phone call, because obviously I put my statement up online or whatever. And then I got a phone call to be like, yo, we want to do a show on a Tuesday. I would really love you to present it along with
Shaunie,
Ace. Yes.
That phone call, was it from a black man or was it from a white man?
It was a white man. It's a white man that runs, it's a white guy that runs BBC Radio 1 Extra, Mark Stripple. He's got a lot of connections in the Asian community. He used to be part of Punjabi Hit Squad. So he's as close as you will get to being linked to the man them as such, you get what I'm saying? But because I joined 1 Extra with him as a DJ back in the day, 18 years ago, I have a relationship with him like I have a relationship with you guys. So I have a lot of very straight and honest conversations with Mark, and he knows how I feel about a lot of things. And so when the opportunity was given to me to be able to talk certain things, I was like, cool, how are we going to do it?
And you did that with Ace, didn't it?
That was me and Ace. And I made them know that if I'm going to talk, I'm going to talk. I can't talk halfway. Because you know why I couldn't talk halfway? Because I know I have to answer to people like yourself.
How long have you been at the BBC?
I've been at BBC Radio 1 Extra 18 years, August the 16th. But I used to work in the BBC as a teenager when I was 18, 19. I did 6 months in the BBC in news and current affairs.
So what was 18 years in that conversation that you had last week? Was that what you wanted to get off your chest? 18 years of you at the BBC?
That's what I wanted to get. I'm 45 years of age. That's what I wanted to get off my chest for 45 years, bruv. Like, forget 18 years. I've seen...
Listen, give us some examples of what you said. Like, you know, come on.
Well, if you listen to the program, you will know. But I think one of the damning things that I kind of said when I spoke about festivals, and for me, that was a real conversation, because it was a real conversation that I had with a white DJ, and I coined the phrase "Talk the Truth Tuesdays," because we had a conversation that I didn't like where it was going. And I was like, anyway, fam, let's have a conversation about this. This was one of the things I said to him, that how do you feel as a white DJ, reggae dancehall DJ, and when it comes to the summer where we got the big stages, you don't see the lineup of the real dancehall DJs. And I said to him that over 20 odd years, when it comes to radio broadcasting at its top level, it's myself, Robert Ranks, Chris Goldfinger on BBC Radio 1, Daddy Ernie, Gamma Speng, Natty B, and that's just like the legal DJs. When we talk about sound systems that have got weight, that have got class, they've got a following, where do we see them on these festivals? And he turned around and he said to me, I agree with you. So I go, so what do you do about it when you sit down in these offices with these guys and you know that you're taking the places of people like myself? Because I said to him, this was my birthright as a selector. I think I'm at the top of the game, and even I struggle to get on some of those festivals. So what do you want me to do? Go back out on the streets and go sell drugs?
So how is it that the white DJs are getting on these festivals and the black DJs ain't getting on it? How's it working?
I would only say it's friend and company, obviously. It's friend and company.
So it's not talent.
I don't think he's going to say that they're not got talent. They've got talent.
But do you know what? Then it's going to have to be questioned on talent, because I will go to a festival and lock off the stage. Robert will go to a festival and lock off the stage. There's certain of us that get the opportunities to go and lock off stages. And when we're done, they look at you like, oh my God, that was amazing. You was this, like, but I know another 100 youths in the ends that could do the same thing like myself and keep me on my toes. This is the reason why I'm able to go and do that. So why are you not seeing those? And then if I keep it close to home again, on One Extra at the best of times, I would see certain DJs get guest mixes. And I don't see no guest mixes from Super Nitro, DJ Nate, Lani. I never saw none of that. I saw a lot of other DJs from the Aldgate, Shoreditch lot, and Reggie, you know, me I talk, but man, I ain't gonna bait up nobody like that.
Oh, I can say them for you. You mean sounds like Heatwave and Toddler T and.
But Toddler's on Radio 1. Toddler's on Radio 1 anyway. But you kind of know where I'm going with it. And they get the opportunity to get those mixes. And some of the youth, them off of the ends, don't get the opportunity to get those mixes. So I stepped up and was like, no, here's 6 names. I'm going to call them. We're going to get them on. And I made sure that I got them on because I have to use my platform. And it's not just getting a mix on my show, because that's what's to be expected. Oh, you can go and do a dance on. No. On Mr. Jam show, on Target show, on this show, on any little daytime show, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So it's those kind of opportunities to open. That's what One Extra was there for, because it took a youth like me out of the ends of White City and put me onto a situation like that, and here I am now.
So, you know, stereotypes matters because they undermine support for efforts to reduce racial disparities. For example, been labeled because of your color of your skin, unintelligent, violent, angry, always late? If so, how did it make you feel?
I gave an example on the show where I was having a conversation where the way I debate, I like to debate. I like to have a conversation, and I like it to be a very factual conversation. So if I know I've got you in a corner, I'm going to stick you in that corner. I'm going to be like, yeah, but here what the situation is though. And I got this particular person into a corner and they just switched that. When I mean literally, it was like, bing, Shaunie, why are you talking to me so aggressively for? Why are you shouting at me? I'm like, whoa. Oh, now I don't raise my voice. It was just very direct. And I said, you know what? Let me just dead this conversation right here. And then the excuses I was given for her behavior afterwards, I had to just look at the person and goes, you have to understand, as a black man, when a white woman tells you you're being aggressive and you're shouting at me, do you know what kind of trouble that can get me into? Hear what I'm saying to you? Don't tell me nothing about no excuses. Do you know, I literally had to just slow the conversation right down and said, listen, and this was like my exec. I goes, you are sweeping this like it's nothing. She's lying. I'm telling you straight up. And because my voice is a loud voice, my voice is a projecting voice. So it's easy to throw that one on me, innit? You get what I'm saying? And look the way I'm talking with you now. I'm talking with my hands on it. It's easy to throw that on me, but that's just me gesturing, that's my character.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean I'm being aggressive of any sort. And yeah, the late one gets thrown in you. Like even when I was doing the show on Tuesday, I had to go and do a slot for Radio 5. And they told me to go to a studio W31 or something like that. I didn't know where it was. I was told to go on the floor. I thought somebody was going to meet me and take me into the studio. Lo and behold, the interview had passed. My manager had called me now. Ray had called me. Like, I hate you sometimes, Shaunie. Why was you late? I'm like, bruv, I'm there. Nobody had told me that it was a self-op studio, meaning that I've got to literally walk in, turn up a mic, and they'll be on the other end. And what they said on air to Ace was, is Shaunie always late for his show like this?
Oh, wow.
I've been there 18 years. You can't, like, my record at BBC One Extra is exemplary. Like, even when I've been in the downest, deepest times of my life, I pull out top shows. So you can't question my record like that.
Reggae always has a fight when it comes to getting reggae on the playlist on radio stations, especially on BBC Radio. Now, you and Reggie can have a fight about this one. But how difficult is it to get reggae on the BBC playlist?
You know what? I have to be honest with you. It's difficult. It's difficult for many different reasons. You have
difficult
to
or
understand
impossible?
No, it's not impossible because I could show my track record of getting certain records on, and like somebody like Coffee was hot for 2020. I suggested that, and you see where she is right now. Leela IK is on that. So we do a very good job. I ain't gonna beat myself or my station for doing that because I run up in the office and I have those conversations like, yo, what are we dealing with? But it is about quotas and it is about UK, US, Jamaica, priorities, labels. It's a very complex thing to kind of navigate around. And I wouldn't want to be the one that has to navigate around playlists. Obviously, I'm gonna want more. I'm gonna want more. The one thing that I will, because I spoke about it on the radio the other day, I wish that radio stations wouldn't, and my station included, I wish that radio stations wouldn't appropriate like Carnival, for instance. And when I say that, it's we wait to hear soca tunes in July and August to the lead up to Carnival, and the rest of the year it's forgotten about. And when
I tried to plug a tune at Christmas once, and they said to me, "But it's not Carnival."
That really, really bothers me. And do you know what? Sometimes it's not even white people that's making that decision; it's our own black people that's making that decision. So we have to look into.
You have a round table, don't you? Like you're just to let
I used to be part of that. There's like producers, and they don't involve DJs in that anymore because so many of us became producers. Conflict of interest.
You know, going back to that broadcast that you did, you know, there was a lot of words said. How do we take the conversation forward and put the words into action?
Well, for me, the first thing that should be done, and I've said this on Radio 1 and I've said it on One Extra, and I'll say it here, a conversation is me talking to you, you listening, then talking back to me. So I've spoken in it. I would love to hear the voice. What we're not doing is hearing the voice of the people that we are speaking to. And we need to hear them respond to what we are saying. You need to hear your bosses. You need to hear your colleagues. You need to hear your friends say, you know what? I never actually thought about it like that. And I'm deeply sorry about that. Like, and have a conversation. I would love to hear some of my colleagues at Radio 1 and One Extra dissect that radio show, like pick 6 pieces out, sit down, listen to it, turn up the mics and talk about how they feel about that part of the show. Was it them? Did it speak to them? Did they feel shamed? Like that word that Scotty said, I love that word because what we are seeing right now is a lot of shamed people. But you need to be shamed. And the reason why they need to be shamed is this. If you're only listening now, when we were screaming and bawling about it last year, the year before that.
You never did. I listen.
It's what?
Oh, that's right.
So it's when I would love to know why everybody is listening now. Why now? Why right now? Because what is so different about now? Another black man dead, and I don't realize what is the difference to.
Yeah, but in life you have moments, and they're poignant moments. For instance, when Barack Obama became the president, there was just this thing that everybody got behind Barack Obama to become the US president. You know what I mean? So we're in a position now where we can affect.
It wasn't like this.
Reggie, I was in America when President Obama win with my youth on my lap. My son is now a big boy with ear under him armpits. I mean, not see nothing change, dog. You hear that? And here's the thing, because I know you got to get other guests on. And this is what I've been saying about the last 3-4 days. That I'm really worried about seeing all the support on the TV. Where's all the negatives? Because we saw Brexit and we saw the protests for Brexit, and all of us would have swear blind said Brexit. Now go on. When they're at Jamaica and Brexit, go on. I say, oh God, how that happened with all the support. Then we've seen like presidents and prime ministers all over the world that you would never believe get voted in. Madness. And then them get voted in. So we have to worry about the unseen enemy, because it's different. For me, it's different to the 60s. A boy would have come up and say, hey, dirty black boy, nigga this, nigga that. Now they're not so blatant with it. But there must be people with that feeling, because we're seeing it live out in government and real life.
Shaunie,
there's a lot of money in it that's floating around that is helping.
We can speak forever.
Make that change.
Yeah, but we can.
We've got other guests to go.
Yeah.
I just want to say 3 things. One, the game always has been, always will be. So I salute you.
Thank you.
Secondly, the interview with Buju Banton the other day, top shelf.
Top notch.
Thank you.
And last but not least, the interview last week, Frank Farah. Let them know. Speak for your culture. Again, I salute you. Until next time.
Can I just say this before I get cut off? Big up to you guys, because I watched the platform from the very first video to Wagwan. I see the growth. I love the unity in the thing. I see that you see the worth in your magic as street sound systems. And as black people, we got to start realizing magic in our Fiwi Wakanda. Got the word of Fiwi Wakanda. Hear that? And so I salute you guys. Trust me.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Shaunie.
Blessings,
yeah. Have a good show, yeah? Cool.
Blessings.
All right.
And just a reminder to everybody that we've got Shaunie B's manager who will be airing a podcast for as well, isn't it?
That's right, on Set the Trend podcast. Remember, we do our own podcast where we interview people who set the trend in our street sounds history. And Shaunie B's manager is most definitely one of them, Ray Paul. So he's coming up next. Well, not next. He's coming up the next few weeks. So keep it locked for that. Welcome to Set the Trend podcast, a very special podcast. This is, as you can see, we're talking mental health, we're talking health, we're talking economics, we're talking racist systems, we're talking racist people, and we're having that conversation, that difficult conversation that has to be had sometimes. Now, our next guest, we have our next guest, and they're very important as well, very, very, very important, because one's going to show us where the money's at. And he's a financial strategist and futurologist. Can we welcome Viv Amun to Set the Trend? I know he's going to be here somewhere. Hi, Viv. How are you, sir?
Muted.
Muted.
Unmute your mic.
Can you? Yeah.
Yeah, he's good now.
Very good. Oh, good. You're there. Fine. Thank you. And
leave you in suspense for a bit.
No, don't do that. No, don't do that. And Viv's also working on. He's working with the family of George Floyd. And I'm sure that you're going to tell us a bit about him when we get into some questions later on about the work that you're doing with the family on that. Can I also welcome to Set the Trend, Dawn Dekotu. She is a barrister, an attorney at law, business change management consultant, and academic.
Hi.
And Grenadier to who? How are you, darling? You okay?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good. Welcome to Set the Trend podcast.
Thanks.
Viv, let's start with you. Financially, how honest do we have to be with the situation that we probably we will find ourselves in after the pandemic?
Oh, did he hear you?
He's leaving us in suspense again.
Oh, right, okay. Typical financial.
People should already be very, very, very clear about what their reality looks like. If they're not clear now, then they're never going to be clear. The situation is as bad as it could possibly be. The figures have come out today and yesterday, made it clear that the recession is going to be the worst that it's been in 3 centuries, which is just, it's ridiculous. Unemployment figures are something like 3.9%. They're going to double. But remember, we were already in extreme unemployment mode as far as our community is concerned. Our young people, least likely to secure work, and all of your speakers before were touching on all of those key points. And at the moment, for our young people, the unemployment rate's about 20-25%. It's going to double. So it will go back to 40-50%. In some areas, it will hit 70% unemployment. So that means if you're working and you're a black man under 25 or under 20, you're not normal. In certain areas, you won't be normal if you're working, right? Wow. So we already have in the youth offending institutions, right, 50% the inhabitants are children, 50%. Those figures are only going to go up. Why are they going to go up? Because the police are targeting those young people. They're targeting them now. Stop and search has gone up by 40% since March last year. God knows what's going to happen, right, with all the stuff that's taking place now. So there are no safety nets for us when it comes to the economics. And you'll be forgiven for thinking, listening to the mainstream news, the propaganda, the state propaganda, that there's pots of money out there for us. They're not for us. They're not. They're for individuals that have money already. So, for example, you've got the bounce back fund, which will give you between £2,000 and £50,000 as a small and medium-sized business. Well, most of our businesses are micro businesses. They're not small. They're micro.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. So you've got a lot of our businesses, they're erratic. So, they've only been running for 2 years. The man had that thing, he slightly closed it down, he opened it again, sole trader, his figures don't quite add up. He's not seeing any of that money.
Sounds like you've been speaking to me.
But we already know how acute the financial situation is because many of us are living in it on an ongoing basis.
Every day, all day.
Right? Yeah. And again, as you all will know, many of our businesses are in the hospitality industry, and that's the industry that's been hit hardest, right, as far as the COVID-19 crisis is concerned. So they've said already conservative figures are looking at something like 30,000 restaurants and pubs that just won't open back up. But when they talk about those numbers, those 30,000, they're still not talking about us because we're part of the mainstream. It's so important that we get to grips with this contextual reality that we're living in right now. And I hear people talking about us in this country as though we're somehow a large number of individuals. If we're just talking about the African and Caribbean heritage community in the UK, you're talking about, we don't even quite get 2 million people out of the 60 million plus population in the UK. I mean, Raymond, you were on the global event that we did a couple of weeks back across 4 continents, and we had a Brazilian sister on there. See, every time that sister started talking, the spike went up because they got 20 million people look like us there. That don't even include the individuals of mixed heritage, 20 million. And then in America, you're talking about 45 million, 40 plus million individuals. Then you come back to the UK, you're talking about 2 million in the belly of the beast.
So Viv, when we're talking about those kind of economics, it also goes to say that we own very little. In terms of the starkest dividers are in measures of household wealth, reflecting centuries of white privilege. How difficult is it for people of color to achieve economic security, and what steps can we take to change that?
I mean, so our young people out there are marching right now because of this structural inequality that you're referring to. And many of your speakers have spoken very eloquently about it. Half the problem for our community is the ignorance. Now, we don't have access to the critical information that can change things. A lot of the time people talk to me about money. If I had this money, if I had that money. If you have money and you're still ignorant, you're just going to end up broke again because you've got a poverty mindset. What you really require is intelligence. You want access to the critical information that will enable you to make the right decisions at the right time. You know, if you're in the right club, the right bar, the right group, the man will tell you where to put your money. He will say, invest your money in those stocks because that's going to peak tomorrow. So when you're in a wealth mindset and surrounded by individuals that are making money, you will make money too. Our problem within our community is that there's so much poverty, poverty of hope, poverty of intelligence. No matter what an individual does, it's very difficult to get out of it. And so what invariably happens is individual Black people will leave the community and move into a predominantly white environment so they can get access to that information, that intelligence, and rub off a little bit of that privilege in order to move forward. These are the facts. And, you know, I'm grateful that, you know, I'm in the middle of COVID and it hasn't fundamentally impacted me. It hasn't impacted my grandchildren. I'm very grateful for that. But at the same time, I'm mindful of the grinding poverty that our people are already experiencing. And it hasn't even hit properly yet. You go onto the government website and look at the graphs. These are their graphs. You don't need no conspiracy theories, you know. You just go on their government website and look at the treasury figure graph that shows how bad, right, the economy is going to dip. And let me tell you how it is. You see, it was like this. The dip is like that.
Yeah.
Cliff.
Like a right angle, yeah.
So, look.
So, Viv,
let me just take this one point, though, because I know you're going to rush me, but you had me waiting a long time.
I'm not going to rush you. I'm definitely not going to rush you. I just got a lot of questions to ask you.
So I'm pleading with people to understand this thing. If you keep your mind restricted to this very small island plantation, it will be very difficult. I'm not going to say impossible, but very difficult for you to step out of this madness, right? You have to use the resources that you've got available to you. And one of the massive resources is this very thing that we're communicating on now, because it gives us the ability to communicate with anyone on the planet. We have to cultivate a global mindset. There's over 1 billion people like us on the African continent eager to do business.
Yeah.
Looking for individuals like us with skills that can help and contribute to the development of that continent, because everybody else is watching Africa because they know that's where the future is.
Yeah, because they've just opened up the new Africa Free Trade Agreement.
Yes, sir, with their currency, the ECO.
Yeah.
So meanwhile, the UK is trying to get out of its union. Africa's very quietly, you know, consolidating free trade, free travel.
Yeah, my cousin's just literally
upset anybody.
No, you don't.
I mean,
Viv,
just give people it. Go on.
Viv, so when you're talking about the money and you're talking about that global thing, is there any grants that are going to be available?
There are lots of COVID-19 grants available. I mean, lots and lots of money available out there. And Jay should have my email address, the Black Sox email address, info@blacksox.com. But I'll also pass the information through to yourselves. There's a long list of organizations out there. The government set aside £750 million to distribute. And what the civil service geeks are busy doing is getting rid of that money as quickly as possible. They need to get rid of that £750 million in the next 6 months. They're not really asking questions, you know. You got basic information about what you're doing, the likelihood is you'll get something. But the problem again, as I said earlier, is that not enough of the people in our community that need the money most even know that it exists. That's the recurring issue: lack of access to timely information. You know how many times a man said, "Oh, I found out about the information, but it was the day before the closing date, or it closed yesterday."
Yes. So pause there, Viv. I'm going to come back to you. I want to bring in Dawn.
Sorry, sister, I didn't want to eat up too much.
No, that's okay. That's absolutely fine.
Dawn, from a legal standpoint, and we've heard a lot about legality of things in this whole week, 2 weeks of all this protesting. People are marching though. Groups of up to only 7 people can meet. I think Boris has changed that slightly today. The government called that irresponsible and selfish. But what do you think is more dangerous to black people? The coronavirus or systematic and structural racism?
Well, I think at the end of the day, I think it's, to be quite honest with you, Raymond, that is absolutely a clear-cut question and a clear-cut answer that I'm going to give you. I think the reality is what we have to understand is that COVID is COVID. Over the past 3 months, they've locked us down. They've tried to edify us and confuse us in regards to what we do or what we do not need to do. Yes? At the end of the day, right, what we are protesting about globally and including the UK and out here in Grenada is about preserving black life. You understand? And that has to be more precious and more important than COVID. And so that's the reality. You understand? It really is about recognizing that what we are doing as a black people and as people, as white people, because let's face it, this George Floyd's murder has really, we've seen a difference globally in the movement. But I think that is because what we are saying is, yeah, and I'm not belittling COVID, it's a deadly virus, you know, disproportionately black people have died as a result of it. But at the end of the day, we can no longer stand by and just, you know, take the risk as if this is just another murder. No. This is not just another murder. I think this one has hit the souls, you know, of people across the globe. And that's why I think we're seeing this different. So in answer to your question, I think, you know, it is about us black people coming together, you know, and in support and in solidarity, but also, you know, really coming together with a view to making a difference. And I really do believe that we are entering into a new world order, a new black world order. And I really do believe that.
Home Office figures show black people in England and Wales still were 9.5% more likely than white people to be stopped and searched in 2017-18. Met police officers were 4 times more likely to use force against black people compared with white people, according to Scotland Yard data from 2018. Figures last week revealed officers enforcing the coronavirus lockdown were more than twice as likely to issue fines to black people as to white people. I think Viv touched on that. What does that data tell us, if anything, regarding structural racist police policies in the UK?
Well, that tells us what we already know, that the police are institutional racist. That, you know, when we look at, you know, years on from Macpherson, following the death of Stephen Lawrence, when Macpherson called out the police as being institutional racist, nothing has changed. That's the reality. You know, so let's not, we don't even have to polish that one. I think that question is, again, and again, it's about the context, and you have to ask those questions, and because it's also about, when you ask those questions, and as we're discussing it, it's also about, you know, reminding our listeners and our wider listeners, especially our young people, and we have to keep reminding them, and that's why they're out there, you know, is because they are discriminated against daily. You understand? And nothing has changed. following Macpherson, I was one of those consultants at the time charged with, you know, implementing equality impact assessments, the breadth of the country. Started with London Borough of Greenwich, wanting to be the first borough, you know, to implement Macpherson, you know, to tick the box. But look where we are, nothing has changed. So that's what that tells us. You know, we see it in the judiciary, we see it in the prison systems, we see it, you go to the Old Bailey on a Monday morning, you see it in regards to our black youths that are, you know, up against, you know, up against starting trials for the most horrendous offences. But yet we have to ask why. We must ask why, you understand? And it's all right talking about the statistics is one thing, the statistics is the end result. We have to look at what's happening within our society and ask the question why to find those solutions. And I'm not saying those solutions are easy, you understand? But we have a collective responsibility.
Dawn, you spend a lot of, you live in the Caribbean, you still come back to England frequently.
Yeah.
But we had a discussion the other day, and I don't know if people do realize, but racism is prevalent in the Caribbean. Even though you would think that the Caribbean is full of so much black people, you wouldn't have that.
Yeah.
How is that so?
How is that so? Because what you have to remember is that the Caribbean basin is on the back end of 500 years of slavery, and the legacies of slavery and the legacy and the shackles remain in our systems. And I see that every day. I can tell you. You understand? And it's the reality. And one of the things, as you know, Ray, I actually organised a protest, you know, outside the US Embassy in Grenada, and we had that protest here on Monday. And what was very interesting is that, and we had great support, but, you know, you do get those questions of people within our community asking, why is it that, what has this got to do with Grenada? You know, and you have to edify the people then. You understand? Because at the end of the day, you know, as you say, I rightfully travel. I come in off a Virgin flight. I come in off a British Airways flight. There might be 5 tourists, white tourists in front of me in the line to clear customs and immigration. And then the customs officer sees Mrs. Dakota again, who's regular. Who do they send for the red channel to dig up? Who do you think they're sending to the red channel? And all the white tourists is welcome to Grenada. And this is the psyche that's in the system. You understand what I'm trying to say? We see it every day. But what you also have to understand, no matter which Caribbean island we come from, I'm sure you can all identify this next statement I'm making. No matter what, yes, what it is, we are so, because when we took independence, remember when we took independence in the Caribbean, it wasn't as a result of a choice and they were giving us something. It was because it was no longer a viable product for them to remain here. They had stripped us. You understand what I'm trying to say? So they left us with nothing. So in the fact of with leaving us with nothing, at the end of the day, 20, 30, 40 years, 50 years on from independence, we still have nothing. So therefore we have to go looking for investors. And who comes in and invests? The white man. So when the white man comes, they come, and what we do, we bow down to them and give them privilege status and make them believe that they're entitled. And that's why they feel that they can then talk to some of us, indigenous communities here and do as they want and talk to us as they want, and they can't. And it's for us to challenge that. But
what are you doing over there to fight that kind of racism?
Well, as I say, Ray, but obviously key, especially in regards to this moment, obviously we've had our protest, and next week we're coming together looking at, because it's all right protesting, Ray, right? It's all right, it's okay protesting, but you've got to have objectives. You've got to have measurable objectives of what you want to achieve, and that is what we're focusing on. What we want to achieve, getting people to speak out, getting people to recognize that you do, even though you are vulnerable because you're frightened of what your black employer may say to you as a result of you protesting, that it's okay, it's your right. A lot of people do not understand their rights in these islands. I'm telling you, it's quite stifling.
Can I bring back Viv in on the protesting? Viv, if you could just undo your microphone. Yeah, you're working with the family of George Floyd. Can you tell me how that come about and what is that all about and what's the strategy behind that, please?
So we're supporting the legal team that's working with the George Floyd family, and we're part of a global network of organizations and individuals providing that support. As you will know, Ray, back to what I was saying before, there's not enough of us in the UK to just function individually. You see the same strategy with Black Lives Matter. They're not, you know, it's not an organization that's specific to the UK. It's a global movement. They're on the continent, in Africa, they're in the Caribbean, they're everywhere. And that's what gives them their juice. That's what gives them their momentum. So it's the same with regard to what's happening with the family. You can imagine the amount of downward pressure that's on them now as a family. They've got this massive bereavement. They're in a goldfish bowl. You've got these 4 wicked individuals that have now finally been charged. And then you've got this protracted court case. And during that process, what the media will be, the racist media will be trying to do is discredit and demonize the family. Whilst at the same time trying to redeem these individuals that have, you know, they've eventually charged. Our role in the UK through Black Socks and Black Lives Matter UK based and other organizations in the UK, as well as in Africa, is to make sure that the propaganda that's coming out in relation to negative propaganda gets as little traction as possible. So it's our job to give the counterbalance, at least in relation to our community, make sure that the right information is getting out there and the people are providing the support that's necessary. I think the other point as well in relation to the death of our beloved brother is the chain reaction that we're witnessing now, and the demands that are being made in regards to structural change. That information needs to be gotten out more widely. I wrote a press release last week on behalf of the network, particularly our colleagues and brothers and sisters in East Africa as well as in North America. And that's been circulated. And again, I can send it to yourself so you can circulate it out more widely. There's a statement that's been provided by the legal team that also needs to be distributed more widely so that people get the exact information. It's not been filtered through biased media or dysfunctional individuals on social media. That's really important. So simple, very straightforward supporting role, which is to do with making sure that the right information is getting out there on an ongoing basis, and we mobilize and support as best we can.
You know what's so fascinating? That you have to do this, even though we have all seen a video of a man executed literally live on video. But even though we've seen this with our own eyes, you still have to put out fires and, like you said, make negativity. Do you think it was a clear-cut case?
I mean, so our operative or representative in Kenya is Peter Herbert, black judge. Very well known, very well, you guys know him. So you know, they're not. You will know when you go through these systems and you rise up. What they do is you have to give up a little bit every time you move up the ranks. It's a process of assimilation. Right?
Absolutely.
Franz Fanon talks about it, black skin, white mask. And see something so amazing about this brother, Peter Herbert. Even though he's gotten up to those higher levels, he's retained his radical, nature. He's what they call radical. Really, all it is self-love and a recognition that, you know, there can be no I without we. So we just exercise that principle. As far as I'm concerned, you know, I'm as connected with you here in the UK as I am with my brothers and sisters on the African continent, in the Caribbean, in Brazil, in North America. Because at the end of the day, what they have constantly sought to do since before official enslavement is to divide us. You know, talking different languages and so on and so forth. So we have to be radical about unifying, all right? And that's it. And somebody said something the other day, just a minute ago, sorry, about, well, there must be some, the brother that was on before was saying, well, where's all the negative voices? He's right. They're out there. You've got the extreme right marching on Saturday, Tommy Robinson and the football, whatever it is they're called, marching on Saturday. So they're out there and they're mobilizing, and they will leverage, right, the propaganda
For their own gains.
Don't use it propaganda, because what the state press will do is they'll find the one little incident that took place in across the marches that were for the most part peaceful and amplify that, and then the extremists will use that as leverage, to ramp up ill feeling and all the rest of it amongst
the horse incident.
All white people for the most part up north, right?
Absolutely.
This is really, for me, it's an important point, because Scotty, love Scotty. I'm a psychotherapist in the previous life, so he was just hitting it on the money all the way through. Post-traumatic race syndrome. Post-traumatic race syndrome. Dr. Joy Grudeleri, and people can watch that on YouTube, and it's really, really informative. He made reference to this whole idea of shaming. Now, when you shame a man who's used to being on the front foot, you don't think he's gonna, once he gets over it, come back? Of course he is, right? It's exactly what's going to happen. But we can't allow ourselves to be intimidated by that. Right? We have to go for coltan, not platinum, but coltan in this. The reason why it's gotten so much traction this time around, putting my therapy hat on, is because you've had people sitting down in the yard reflecting for weeks and months.
Yes, yeah.
They weren't, and I'm talking about us, not just him, us. You couldn't get away from it. It's right there in your face. You were compelled to watch it for the 8 and the 9 minutes and then be reviled by it and then react to it. Now, us old dogs, we could have still shrugged it off because we're desensitized. But you see our young people, they looked at that and said, no.
Not having it.
No more.
No more of that, yeah.
Sorry, I know, Ray, your time's running. Picking up from the points I said before. What we need to do is not be like rabbits caught in a headlight around what's happening economically, because we've been here before. We need to personally reskill. I think, was it called Udemy? You can go online courses and so on. Get on those courses.
Free courses, distance learning courses, Yeah,
man. If you're a mature student, take the loan, right, and go and do a degree. Coding, cybersecurity. Look at you got the World Economic Forum. You can go in there and find out what jobs are going to get traction going forward and reskill, right? Also, make sure that your children are not idle whilst they're away from school. Make sure that they continue to learn. Any online programs, make sure that they're on it. Absolutely. I should mention that I'll get beaten up by my business partner. We're in the process of launching a national education survey for our communities. So they're saying that parents, black parents, and also black professionals within the education system, Aspire Education Group, again, we'll send that information to you. Why? Because when we pressure them to get what we want, we have to have the evidence. Right? And that's what we're seeking to do, to get the feedback of 5,000 parents and 2,000 professionals within the system, so that we can be very specific about what is required as we're campaigning and marching for change.
Thank you, Viv. Thank you, Dawn. I'm going to have to leave it there because we're way behind time. We just need to get a couple of people on. But thank you for so much energy and passion, and also information and knowledge from that. And we'll obviously keep people who want to be in touch with you. We'll send on the details and they can get in touch with you whenever they want.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, guys.
I'll be watching it going forwards. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Well done. See you later.
Oh, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Wow. I'm telling you.
What a last show. What a last show, mate.
We are. Let's get on. We've got our guest waiting. Rich?
Yeah. So up next, we've got a great couple. Hopefully they should be here. Producer, let them fly the gate. Just let them in whilst I introduce them. They are just so inspirational to anybody right now. You've probably seen them on your TV. We have Weininger and Janice Irvin. Now, Janice is the wife to Weininger, and he's a mother of 4. She is a karate British champion. Hey, there you go, British champion. She's also represented the UK for netball, basketball, athletics, and also a fitness instructor, and also manages Ilford Sports Club since 1994. 1994. Also, another power guy, husband and wife team. The husband, Mr. Weininger, he's also a former ITV Gladiator champion since 1992, and also featured on a few exercise regime videos, and also invented, listen, say black people don't invent nothing, invented the WRS exercise regime, which is about resistance sliding. So listen, thank you very much and welcome to Set the Trend podcast, guys. Listen, I'll get straight into it. Give us an example of when you have kind of like experienced racism yourself.
Well, first of all, I hope you can hear me.
Just
Yeah, you're gonna have to speak a bit louder into it. Yeah.
Is this better?
That's better, yeah.
See, basic technique, basic technology here.
That's fine.
Okay. Hi guys.
Yeah.
Well, as I said, anyone who's seen the program Back in Time for Brixton will know that yes, we're a married couple, been together for 27 years, but I grew up in Dagenham, Essex.
Essex.
Yeah.
I've been here 51 years, and Weininger grew up in Hackney. So of course, yes, I've experienced racism. I've got to say, I think that for females, black women, for me anyway, I didn't experience as much as say my brothers were experiencing. But what I would call experiencing racism, you guys would walk with me and say, she's crazy. Look at that person doing that, and look at that person doing that. What we realized, and when I say we, I'm from a Grenadian family of 9.
Hey!
Yeah. A Grenadian family of 9, growing up in Dagenham. You have to learn to, if you want to, you're just going to be fighting every day if you reacted to everything that you see, and you learn to, you desensitize yourself to it. That's what you do, because you get to a point where you realize, I'm just going to be fighting every day if I I react to everyone. So yes, we have faced racism, and no doubt I could give you loads of instances. But what I will say is in the sports arena, listening to Tunde and what he was saying, I did, just to get it right, I did karate for England, but I'm actually a world and European karate champion as well as British.
Okay.
Sorry.
And seriously, guys, what we found at the time, I don't know if you're aware, but karate through the 70s, 80s, and 90s was the national team was dominated by black people. There's a lot of black people on the squad, and we would find and we were strong because a lot went into karate. Like my brothers, for instance, all fought for Britain. And again, doing the same sort of stuff as I did, but they went into karate because they had to be able to fight, and I didn't really appreciate that until I think we were having a conversation when my dad passed away, and we were just talking, and I said, you know, why did you do karate? Because I used to just like watching it, and they said, Jan, we're fighting. My brother's a Chelsea supporter, and we don't watch matches,
Chelsea, yes, right, yeah.
And they used to have running battles as well with the school next door to them. So what I'm getting at is that there was a lot of black karate and martial arts saved a lot of black people in the 70s and 80s in terms of them learning how to be able to defend themselves. But when we go abroad, not only abroad, in England as well, apparently this doesn't get damaged. So when you get punched in your face and the referee's just looking at your face like, oh yeah, they're all right, but you hit a woman, you hit someone back in their face, barely touching them, then warning and this and that.
What?
Yeah. Oh yes.
Good.
The team, we always used to say, it's like we don't bleed, but we're trained to stand and take the impact, don't show it. But it doesn't mean your face doesn't show it. I've got a cracked tooth for it, yeah. So
that is crazy.
Yeah, and that's in sports. So we were that good that as a national squad, we were that good because we had to be. We had to make points were clear. Wayne Otto, who's 9 times world champion, we had to make sure that you see there's no question when we score points that we've got those points. So, you know, that's my experience of, you know,
and you guys have,
one angle.
You know, you listen, man, that's just shocking to hear, but you guys have positively come through that.
Yeah.
And now you're both as a couple, as a husband and wife. You're so inspirational to so many people. Like your personal and collective efforts that you've pulled together to ensure positive representation in the media. What has that been like for you guys? You know, what's that experience like? Is it fulfillment? Is it joy? Is that something that you actively try to encourage? Because we all know a lot of the Black family can be very fractured, and just seeing you two together is a great inspiration to a lot of people.
All right. First of all, let me just big up all of you for taking the initiative, for putting this together. I know that you say this is the last one, but I know when you have something this great, it can never be the last one. If anything, this is just the beginning. So, and I needed to say this. I'd rather watch you guys and what you're doing and what you're doing for our community than the BBC, ITV, or whatever else is on, because you know what, this is real, this is us. And if you look at what has happened through the duration of what's gone on, starting with Eddie, I'm sure that the individuals that are watching now, their cup runneth over with the amount of information that they've taken on board. If you notice what we've got breathe. And what we want people to do, even though this climate is through tragedy, yeah, we want people to breathe. My man was just saying reskill, do whatever, breathe. But let me just not go, because I could go over into tangents. I'm gonna let Janice answer that question, but what I'm gonna say to you about this, the racism thing, and I'm not even gonna use me. As everyone knows, yeah, and you need to listen to this, yeah. We did a program called Back in Time, Brixton.
BBC, yeah, BBC, yeah.
And we could go into that's a whole nother show, all right? But what I need to put out to you is this. Before we did that show, we had to go through what we call a psychoanalyst. So basically, they would test us each psychologically. Yeah. So the entire family, just so that you'll be ready for if there was any backlash from social media, this and that. The first person they took out of my family was my 11-year-old son. He was 11 at the time. Now they took him. They took him into for the interview. And what happened? 5 minutes into talking to my son, the interviewer stopped the interview, brought him back, and called the entire family plus the producers. And she said, "Listen, I couldn't continue with the psychological assessment with your son because what he said is so profound. I needed to address you as a family." And do you know what my 11-year-old asked her? He asked her, within the filming, remember, within the film, will we face racism?
Wow.
Done.
Wow.
Done.
11 years of age.
11 years of age. So rather than look at this as a privilege for us to appear on the BBC, and Janice is here to back it, and I'm not, you know, but so at 11 years of age, and I think what we have to look at, let's breathe. Let's breathe. So all we want to do is continue to empower and give people the knowledge, but also share experiences, because you've heard it all around. So at the end of the day, if my 11-year-old son can say, will we face racism in a reenactment of our experience in the UK, what does that tell you? But anyway, you asked the question in regards to the media, so I'm just going to hand it over to Jan. Yeah?
Well, I'm menopausal, so I can't remember the question now.
Basically, what I was trying to get at is you being a kind of like positive representation in the media. How do you deal with that, and how do you kind of like, you know, is it something you're proud of? Is it something you're joyful about? Is there pressure? Do you feel a lot of pressure, being that you're kind of like that upstanding couple that people aspire to be like?
Oh yeah, he sleeps in the garage.
So that's the secret.
Yes.
Separate bench.
Yeah.
I'm really, because the back in time for Brixton obviously is something that's brought us to the fore. But we obviously we've been teaching many years, and so we're known in the fitness industry. We've been known a long time, but with that program, we were really amazed. They were amazed, the producers and stuff, that they expected us to get some sort of trolling and people to say, and it was beautiful for us, and all was positive feedback. But
Yeah.
because I've grown up in Dagenham, me and Wining's got good contrast in. He lived in America for 14 years. So
Right.
we've got a good contrast in experiences in growing up. We're living here in Dagenham, and when you're living in an area like this, I mean, it's changed a lot now. But
Mm.
you send your children to school. We both believe in empowering your children with knowledge. Let them know their heritage, be proud of their heritage. So they've been to Grenada, they've seen what life was like there, where their grandparents have come from, and their aunts and uncles, where they've come from, because they need to have that root. And so the children came across very well because they know who they are, and they have a sense of being and belonging. So, you know, we've got neighbours next door that were white but not British. But I said to my son, "You're the same age at school. Both your parents were born in England." But I said, when she grows up and starts going to work, no one will question where she's from, son. Remember, you guys will be questioned. Where are you from? Forever.
Yeah.
Even doing that program, we were in a taxi dressed in whatever era we
I
were.
remember.
Yeah,
Yeah, the old school clothes.
We're coming from some a filming somewhere, and we had our clothes on. So we're in just an Uber, and it was an English guy. And what happens, as you know, when you live in an area, I have different tones. So I have my tone when I'm speaking in my house with a little Grenadian hint, and then I've got my tone when I'm speaking at work. I've got to sound a certain way. So you've got your different voices, and I've got and I've had when you hear me ordering fish and chips, you wouldn't recognize my voice. Yeah. So we were in the car talk, and he was saying, "Oh, what you guys do? You know, what you doing?" So we're explaining that we're sort of living the life of black people when they first come to England, what life was like through the different decades, blah blah blah. And I'm speaking in his language, like, so that he's understanding that I'm one of you, yeah. And he looked at me and he said, "So when did you come to England?" And I pointed at him and I said, "That is exactly why they need a program that we're doing, because that is just this. You guys don't see, if you see black skin, you do not see British." And I think,
you don't see.
and for me, that's what's messing up our young black kids, because unlike our generation, our parents was from the West Indies and our brothers and sisters were from the West Indies. So we had a better understanding of our heritage. And if you think about the 80s and how the girls dressed and how the guys dressed, very proud and, you know, very Afrocentric in terms of, we used to wear wraps and stuff like that. I said, these kids, this generation, they look at it that they're British, but when they step outside that door, they're not treated that way. And that's gonna mess you up. And I said, I'm not strong enough to handle that. Some people, we can take it. We can carry that load on our backs. We're all individuals. Not everybody can do that. And so the gentleman that was speaking earlier about psychological damage, and
Scotty,
it's coming from all of, I mean, I said, you've got separation. I think what came up in the back in time for Brixton program, acting as a, you know, not acting, but being the mother in the program, highlighted to me things that our parents were going through. We're talking about rights. I've just quickly got to drop this bit in. There was rights in the 50s, rights in the 60s, rights in the 70s, rights in the 80s. We've had race rights every decade. It's only the 90s I can't see anything. Every decade there's been rights. So this has been there all the time. Yeah. And the only difference in now is that everybody's looking, sorry, Ryan, everyone's looking online because there's nowhere else to go.
Go,
No one's
yeah.
out, no one's out drinking, no one's out doing in the pubs. So everybody is looking at the television or online. So that is, I believe, is why this has said, people are saying, hold it a minute, really? Is this what's been going on? So, and as you say, we didn't put up with what our parents put up with, and our children are not going to put up with what we.
With what you, yeah.
No.
So that's something that you've instilled into them, basically.
When I say we, I'm not talking about just me and Weininger. I'm talking about generally the generation.
Okay.
What we put up with as a generation, because this is what I say to my boys. We've got 2 girls and 2 boys, and what we say to the children is, what is sad is that in the 70s and 80s, our parents were worried that their sons weren't coming back because what police were doing in the back of meat wagons. And I said, and now our young black kids don't understand this, and they're going to kill him. They're doing the job for him, but they don't understand because they don't know the issue. They don't understand it. You know, I've got a mixture of backgrounds of people that I know. I've got black friends, I've got white friends. I've always made sure my white folks, I'm a soul head.
Yeah.
I've got lots of they but truthfully, do you know what I mean? They need to understand. And
I mean, you speak so passionately about this stuff, and that, you know, a lot of us and viewers now definitely can understand exactly what you're saying. I mean, obviously we're so behind today, and I don't mean to kind of like just rush off onto another subject, but you guys, from a positive standpoint, are also involved in the Windrush generation, and also Camelot, and also Ageless Teenagers. Tell us a bit more about that.
Okay, I'll start with that, but I'm going to let Weininger go on with that one. So, Ageless Teenagers basically was, I don't want to say it was pillow talk, but we're always talking about different ideas and different things. So we wanted, my parents have passed away, and Weininger's parents, thankfully, are still with us. And we've always wanted to give back to our community. And I think in doing that program, for me anyway, it was the catalyst to say we have to thank and give back to that generation. So we started doing what we called a Caribbean Tea Party that started with 28 seniors. And the background to that, is that Weininger does a lot of work. He's worked with senior groups in South London and all over the all different little pockets of London. And I myself as well, through doing fitness, have worked with that group as well. I've worked in Hackney and in different areas as well. So with that background, we wanted to do something where we were bringing them together, giving them a bit of movement and activity, keeping them moving, and just getting them to socialize. And it started with 28, and in a year we had, what was it? Yeah, 400.
Wow.
And word of mouth. So we've got about 500-600 on the database, and it's been going for years now. But it was
great,
because you know seniors don't have online. You want to say?
Yeah.
So cut a long story short. There was something on ITV called the People's Project.
Yeah.
And, in a nutshell, this was something where they took different organizations within London to basically compete for votes in regards to what, for a share of basically £50,000 for the top organization. And what happened is we received the most votes for the project in London, and we were only second UK in what we are actually doing in regards to for our project with the organization called Ageless Teenagers. So in a very, very short time, we've started again with the 28, gone to 400. We've won the vote for 2019 for the #1 People's Project in London. And if it wasn't for the COVID, what we were planning to do. I think the UK would have stood up and applauded us based on what we was going to do on 22nd of June. But I need to say this, yeah. And when we speak about the Windrush generation, we could be talking about your parents, we could be talking about our grandparents. But let me just say something to you. What's happened with the Ageless Teenager Project? It's not even like we're delivering a service. They are our friends. They are. They let me tell you something. Right now, there's nothing. Let me tell you. They think more of me or us than we, because we care for them. But this is what they say to us. They said, listen, we don't want nothing to happen to you because not many people take the time out, and especially for the fact that you've got your family, you've got your life to live, and you have set up an organization that is going to take care of us. So they protect us. And not only do they protect us, they advise us. Not only do they advise us, they parent us. And so what we've done right now is that we've reconnected with what we should all be doing. This shouldn't be just a thing that we're doing. This should be a thing that is that goes straight throughout the UK and beyond. Because what we successfully done, we've forgotten about our seniors. We've kind of like left them to the side.
Yeah.
And let me tell you something, and I'm saying it to you because we've got for every person that's listening, if you talk the talk, check out what we're doing. You'll see we've been doing it for a while.
It's not only that. What we also want to do, guys, is we're saying we want to advance our future by looking at our past. So we want our seniors, the wisdom of our seniors, passed through down to our young people. So we invite schools to come and share well, obviously we have to change our format now, but we were inviting schools to come down and share the Caribbean Tea Party with them. So they help. They come down, they help, and they sit down with them and they talk. The parents, the seniors were showing them how to dance ska and all of this stuff. Because a lot of the children, so one of the things we want to sort of do is do stuff like where they adopt a grandparent. So you've got seniors have got someone to talk to.
So you're kind of like connecting the generations.
Absolutely. Trying to connect. Because I think in doing that connection, we're going to heal. It's one of the ways to help to heal our community, because we have to look at our community and what we can do for our community rather than keep looking outwardly at what other people are doing. In terms of even education, we have to educate the young people to know their history. And a very important thing I'm going to say is that we've somebody is in our family now that is not from our community, but from a different culture. And what they've done said to me, this is what we needed to do. And I'm not getting down on us as a people, because what I'll say is that I often hear people saying, we're not doing well in business, and why can't we do this and why can't we do that? A big thing that I think we're forgetting, and we often look at the Asian community and look at how well they're doing in things. The Asian community was thrown out of Africa. They were already business people. They already knew they understood business. A lot of our parents came here because they were from the country. Even if they were from the town in the West Indies, what's the town compared to being in England? So they've come to an environment that, first of all, they were sold something that was glittery. They've come here, nothing like that. And then they're given the worst. They've started at bottom. Imagine how traumatic it was for our parents trying to bring up in these conditions. And it's just it has challenges. And some of our parents would call ourselves coloured because they're trying to fit with the community. Trying to do our hair so that we looked like, the hair looked the same. So what I'm saying is we can't be too hard on ourselves. It's going to take a couple of generations for us to get start understanding about economics and stuff. But it has started because we are getting there. But I think sometimes we beat ourselves up a bit too much about you've got to remember where we were coming from and the mindset, slavery mentality that we've still got in the West Indies. Based on the colour of your skin, then you have to experience it. So we just got to try and understand that. So don't forget your history. That's what it is. Do not forget.
And on that note, listen, you guys are a beacon of positivity, a beacon of inspiration. We love you. I love the programs. You know, it blew my mind when I found out that you owned a sports center when I watched the program at first. And I was like, oh my God, this is what I'm talking about. So it shows that it can be done. And, you know, this is one of the reasons why we wanted to have you on Set the Trend, because we wanted you, as much as we're talking a lot about our problems, it shows that we can have a solution. It shows that there is a way to be successful to do it. And everything you're doing, please, 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 everybody go out and support it. And I'm sure people will go out and support your program as well.
And can I quickly say, I hope you guys do come back with this because it's really good. And what I was actually wanting to start for the people that are still listening is to just do, I do a talk called Woman to Women. And it's men are invited as well. But it's basically talking about everything to do with women, especially my age, menopausal.
And is that on your Facebook page? Or
it's going to be on Facebook. I'm just kind of sorting out. I'll be putting information out on my Facebook page, which is just me.
Okay. Listen, Irwins, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow,
what an inspiration couple,
very special people. When we got time, come on, we got some guests that have been waiting longer. Let's get the last panelist on.
Wow. Yes, producers, if you can get them in. Who we've got Courtney Brown, Head of Student Engagement at Stoke Newington School and Head of Father to Father. We have Deborah Robinson, Vice Principal Academy in East London and an English teacher. And we have Nina Greywood.
Good evening.
First of all,
hello. Good evening, all.
Thank you for being so patient with us. I know we said about 20 minutes ago, but you know how these things go.
I had to go wash out the eye muck out of my face, out of my eyes.
I want to start off with Deborah. You're vice principal of a school in East London. With the false situation of the lockdown period, how have black children aged 7 through to 13 fared with homeschooling?
It's a hard one. I don't have statistics personally that give me an indication of how black students in particular have fared. But what we do know is that black Caribbean students fare the worst. And in particular, black Caribbean boys have one of the lowest attainments nationally across the country. So if we have got already low attainment levels at Key Stage 2 and at GCSE, that gap is going to widen, and it is incumbent on us. I've been reading all the messages. It is incumbent on us as black parents to ensure that we are equipping our students with what they need to do and not leave it to the school. And I've just made some notes. I'm just going to go through some notes really, really quickly. The attainment gap is. Go on.
No, you carry on.
I was just going to say that the attainment gap doesn't actually start in secondary school. We know the attainment gap is right through from primary school to secondary school. And if we are not doing something as parents to close the gap, then actually we cannot leave it to the teachers, because we know that our kids are going to get left behind. We've spoken really well, and I'm not going to take up too much time, but we've talked a lot about institutional racism, and that institutional racism is something that students face every day. They see it, they feel it, and they know it. 67% of our children by the time they reach 11, do not enter the secondary school system with a reading aid that is fit to access the education in secondary school. So if we're talking about 67%, and we're talking nationally, and it's Black Caribbean students who are faring the worst, then actually that gap grows, and that gap continues to grow by the time they get into secondary school, by the time they reach the end of Key Stage 4, and end of Key Stage 4 for old people, it's fifth year, and then they don't apply to the very good colleges to do really good A-levels. What happens if they don't get onto the really good A-levels in the really good colleges? They don't get to go to the really good Russell Group universities. And let me put this out there. Education isn't a level playing field. Education has evolved from a class and a racial a race system that we were never part of. But what we need to do is use education to get a foot in the door. It's not the be all and end all. There's a lady in the chat that called Helen Fontaine, and she talks about education not teaching independence and self-respect, etc. All of those other things, all of those soft skills are what those things are not taught at school. So we need to be doing our very best to empower our children. When we get back to school, our children cannot be left behind. And there are just some quick tips that I just want to reinforce in that parents need to be doing. I'll come on to those tips in a minute. Black Caribbean parents are normally associated with being hard to reach. You've heard that term, oh, they're hard to reach. We're not hard to reach. The school disconnects with us, and the school has disconnected with Black Caribbean parents for a long time. A lot of my work is around trying to engage with the parents. But what I endeavour to do when I get back is make sure that the staff understand the context of the communities that they are teaching. And what Black parents need to also understand is that the school is accountable to them. We must speak with this notion of entitlement. Quite often the middle class parents, they speak with this entitlement. Well, I'm entitled to this and I'm entitled to that. We need to talk with that entitlement and not be apologetic. We're not going begging, hand in, bowl in hand. They owe us. The teachers owe us. And it isn't just that parents' evening that we need to be looking at, oh, what's gone wrong. We need to know before. Look at your child's book. It's not been marked. Make sure, demand that the books are marked. Look at the planners. You don't have to know all the subjects. Get the children to explain their learning to you. Go on, sorry, Mark.
Sorry. In this lockdown, obviously homeschooling is very important, and obviously the teaching starts with the parents. But for those who need a helping hand, what is out there for the parents to, get to their kids to get them to learn while they're in this lockdown period?
There are many offers of free tuition. Myself and a couple of colleagues, we have set up something called Achieving Black Excellence. It's called ABEX Online, and I will proudly plug the abexonline@gmail.com, and I will also forward the information to the relevant people in this group. And what we are offering are free English lessons. There are websites out there. There's a number of websites, including Bite Size, and parents need to tap into that. Parents need to just go onto these very free websites, even if they don't even have to download the printouts. They can actually access for the younger ones especially, very basic knowledge, so that the basic and the foundational knowledge isn't lost. I would liken the gap growing to, if you haven't mastered your timetables by the time you leave primary school, then you go into the secondary education system with regards to maths. If you haven't mastered timetables is the root of maths. And if you haven't got that, actually, you're at a loss to do any other kind of mathematical equation. And so if you haven't mastered that, then actually the basics are not there. So the gap continues to grow. I know you want to move on really, really quickly. Can I just reinforce some things that I know parents will know, but just to reinforce, just ensure that there are extra provisions that you take up from the schools, and also just do lots of Googling. There is a platform called Show My Homework. And some parents are probably cynical about that because it's quite stressful. The government has said that they are going to send out computers, laptops, dongles to students who are digital poor, who don't have access to internet, who don't have access to other devices in their house. We can't wait for that because our vulnerable students are still waiting for the laptops. So actually, let's get going ourselves. My dad did times tables on the blackboard with me. You know, do the foundational skills that students need to know. Ensure students know what a noun is and a verb is. You've got big old 16-year-olds sitting exams, don't know what nouns and verbs and adjectives and so forth are. Get the basics going. Sorry, go on.
Right, Courtney Brown, you're also head of student in a school in Stoke Newington.
Yep.
And you're also founder. Yeah, you're also a founder of Father to Father, which is, tell me a little bit about Father to Father.
First of all, thank you, gentlemen, for this platform. Father to Father, it's an organisation that provides mentoring, coaching, and counselling for boys, men, and fathers in the community. Reason I set up Father to Father was obviously my own journey with my own dad. Wasn't so positive. Took some of his behaviours. Had 4 boys of my own. Wasn't the best father towards them, having to then go back to them when they were 22, one was 22 and one was 18, and apologizing to their mothers for not being there as the way I should have been there, but then apologizing to my sons at the age of 22 and 18. And then a year later, those boys coming to live in my household with me. So that's what started the journey of Father to Father. Fast forwarding on, as you said, I'm a head of student engagement in a school in Hackney, and my youngest son, who's 10 now, when he was 6, I witnessed his white male head teacher pinning to the floor like an animal. I actually went into school and saw him unexpectedly, and that was on the back of a good 9 months of this head teacher, I would say, terrorizing me and my family. See, even as I speak to it now, my voice starts trembling. Asked my wife if I beat her up at home. Questions my faith, sent social services in my house. All kind of manner of things. This head teacher was throwing out accusations. Did tell him it's the wrong father he's dealing with, but obviously didn't believe that, and obviously I took it all the way. Once I saw him doing that, I removed my son from that school and took it all the way to the head of that borough. But one thing I realized that when I was going through that journey, a number of things, was that there's a number of parents out there that doesn't have the resources that I have and the support I had to be able to challenge the school system with fear, from English not being their first language, their own trauma with the schools as well. It's so much variables that's playing out there. So, I've worked with other organizations taking positive steps on Black Child Agenda, signpost parents to these organizations that can support them through the trauma of dealing with these schools, but also support them myself.
So, Courtney, who can be a mentor, and what type of mentoring are there for young males and females?
Well, I think that anyone could be a mentor, but within Father to Father, we've got a program called Boy Genius, and before those boys, because every boy we believe has got a genius inside him, he just needs to be motivated, inspired, nurtured, and empowered. But before those men that have stepped up to being mentors in a community, I put those men on something called the racial identity and trauma training. And that speaks to, it's by Dr. Janet Helms, and it speaks to white racial identity and Black racial identity. And white racial identity has 6 stages. And the last stage of the white racial identity is when they realize that they have white privilege, but they use that privilege to empower and support the less dominant culture. Black racial identity is when on the stage 5 is when we as a people love ourselves and love our culture and love our heritage and identity, and we're not ashamed of it, and we wear it proud. So I had to have those mentors go on that. And the reason being is that I didn't want these men to project any anger onto those boys. So it was almost like a therapeutic training, mentoring session. And I could tell you, I did the session, I've done that twice, that cohort. All the times, both times, I've had black men crying. And the reason why they've been crying is because they've been carrying this pain, this hurt for so long on their shoulder, that now they're in a space that they can let it out and not be judged. They're not be judged to be called angry black men. Actually, if you saw a white man pin down your son, wouldn't you be angry?
Very, very angry. Very.
Okay, so it's
can
about
I say
giving
the
these men.
suppression? Can I say something? Am I?
Yes,
Go
you
on,
I think
take
the
my-
suppression of the black male voice starts at school.
Yeah. So, and this is what I'm talking about, because then when I'm working in schools and these black boys are seeing me, Mr. Brown, they're talking reality for themselves. So even if the school has inclusive, for some of the parents and for some of those boys, it's not inclusive because their lived experience is real to them.
Wow.
And this is what we've got to understand. So my approach with working with parents of the African Caribbean community, and like Deborah says, I educate. I sit on the head teacher steering group with Deborah. We've done the racial identity and trauma, the cultural competence training. Viv mentioned post-traumatic slave syndrome by Dr. Duggery and all of those. We've done that in Hackney. And that's why I have to big up Hackney, because they're the first borough that's done this across board. They've looked at all sectors, mental health, education, criminal justice system, everywhere. And they're training up everybody on this and doing something about it. So my thing is, anyone can be a mentor, but for you to understand the journey of young black men, do the cleansing on yourself first. And that's what I had to do within. It starts with you to go through that journey first. Be real with yourself. So
Nina,
that's what I would say.
Nina Greywood, welcome to Set the Trend.
Thank you.
Now, you've got an initiative encouraging in the black community, don't spend a penny. Again, let our audience know what it's about and why you decided to come up with this initiative.
Okay, first and foremost, hi everybody. Hi Courtney. Hi Deborah. Reggie, sorry. I didn't come up with the idea. It's not my initiative, and I can't take credit for it because it really wasn't me at all.
Okay.
And basically, my niece Candice, she sent me some information about a thing that was starting in America, where they planned on boycotting all businesses other than black businesses on July the 7th. And it resonated with me. I thought it was a good idea. So I made a video and I put it on my social media platform. And within like a week, it had something like 23,000 views. Wow. And then it started getting shared on WhatsApp. So it basically went viral. So now I was kind of stuck because I've started or accidentally started this movement and didn't know what to do with it. And I'm a firm believer in doing what you do well. You understand? There's no point in being a master of or jack of all trades and a master of none. Do what you do well. You understand? So I know how to make videos and I know how to make people laugh. So I know how to catch fish. But just because I know how to catch fish doesn't mean that I know how to clean fish, season fish, fry fish, and sell fish. You understand? I have to stay in my lane. So what I did, I contacted J2 and I contacted Dags and I said, listen guys, I've created this thing or accidentally created this thing, but I don't know what to do with it. Yeah, so I know that you do. So you have it. And they were like, no, we're not going to have it. We're going to help you. So basically, that's how the three of us came together. And that's how we're pushing this thing. But basically, what it is, on the 7th of July, we're asking everyone to not spend a penny. It's not that hard. And what I noticed about black people, and in fact, I'm not even going to say that. What I noticed about me, myself, yeah, for me to do anything, I've got to be in the mood to do it. Simple as, I'm going to be honest. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So if it's a march, I've got to be in the mood to march. If it's a protest, I've got to be in the mood for it. And not only then, there's other contributing factors. So I'll go to the march as long as it's not raining. Or I'll go to the march as long as it's not Sandra's baby shower. or I'll go to the march, provided that, you know, I'm not hungover from the rave, the Zoom party rave the night before. There's so many other things that we let get in the way. But for this thing, on the 7th of July, guess what? You ain't gonna do nothing. You don't have to do anything. The whole point of it is you don't have to do anything. Just don't spend any money in any organization unless it's a black organization. And I'm going to go one step further, because what we tend to do as black people is we tear down our own. I'm not even going to lie and pretend that I haven't said that the people in the patty shop have got no manners. I've said it. Do you understand? But what I've decided is that I'm not going to say anything negative anymore unless I've got something positive to back it up. So if the man in the patty shop ain't got no manners and he's got no customer service skills, then let's teach him how to have manners and customer service skills, rather than constantly berating him about the thing that he can't do.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
I mean, there are. I'm aware of businesses who provide consultancy services for the black community, and you know, you have a lot of, like Viv was saying earlier, you have a lot of micro businesses within the black community who haven't gone
That's the problem, Reggie. Reggie, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that's the problem. That's the problem right there. Yeah, there are resources available for businesses, and I'm not trying to sound out of order here, but those are for the snooty kind of businesses. You see the businesses that Viv was talking about, they're micro businesses that probably haven't even got a website. They don't know about the funds and the things that are available to them. Do you know what I mean? Because they're not going out there looking for it.
I have to say this, you have a point, but I was always brought up, no matter how small your business is, you run it like as if it's a corporate. So whatever you do professionally,
that's how you were brought up.
You know,
you understand?
But what I was trying to allude to is that there are consultancy services which are growing, and people are offering free consultancy to a lot of black businesses. There are kind of like papers and pamphlets. They haven't made it around. You've got like the UK Black Business Association and various other, you know, the UK Black Law Association, who do put out a lot of this stuff to businesses. And even just recently, like, what you're doing is amazing, because there are a lot of people who are using their Twitter threads to promote black businesses. So when we say, you know, don't spend a penny anywhere else, there are places that you can go to now to find. And I'm seeing people literally actively trying to find black businesses to spend their money in. So I think it's an amazing thing what you're doing at the moment, which is just
it's something that I believe. It's something that I believe that has to be done. I don't think that we're going to make a difference until we get economically strong. And in order for us to get economically strong, we have to put our money where our mouth is. You understand? How I feel is like we're a nation of people that are just sitting in the nest, waiting for the big bird to come along and give us the worm. You understand? We only make up 6% of this country. They don't have to give us anything. You know what I mean? We can really make it for ourselves. Do you know what I mean? We're always begging them for something. They don't want to give it to us. For me, it's like being the child in the playground, and I'm constantly saying to the other kids, let me play. And they're like, no, bugger off, I don't want to play with you. So when am I going to turn around and say, you know what, we can play my own game?
Courtney,
can I come into that? Can I come in? Can I just say on that? Can I say to that? That's why I say. That's why I said. That's why I said.
Courtney first.
Yeah, that's why I said. Yeah, I had to turn this thing around. Turn it around for my sons and my grandchildren. I'm not going to be asking and begging at no table. I'm going to create my own table and cook my own food. And whoever wants to sit around the table with me in terms of collaborative working, come and eat from the table. We have the skills and the knowledge in our community to do for self. I am a Backsock sponsor as well. So I do work with Viv. Do for self. And then provide for your African Caribbean community.
I totally agree. Totally agree. And our children need to see us doing that. Our children need to see us holding schools to account. Our children need to see us moving and navigating the education system with this voice of entitlement. Because if our children don't see that, then what models are we creating? If our children don't see books in the house, if our children don't see us reading, if our children don't see us exercising our voices, then actually what models have they got? Because then they're just going to perpetuate what is easy for a lot of teachers to say they're disengaged. We
Can I
cannot
say
disengage
something?
from society. We need to show that we have an engaged and proactive voice and navigate all the systems that we've been talking about this evening. And our children need to see us doing that. And it's by showing that we bring the children along with us.
Can I just say something to that as well? Sorry, Mr. Easterner. We have to show compassion, love, understanding, and empathy. And the reason I say that, and I'm speaking to the man them as well, we have to love our sisters. When we have to call out everything, even domestic abuse, because our children are seeing that.
Too many things are hidden underneath the carpet, and we don't like it when our dirty linen is aired. We don't like it. We don't like talking about our stuff in front of white people, but we have to talk about it in front of them because these are the mediums that we're on. So we're going to have to share our information. We have dirty laundry, and until we clean that dirty laundry, we can't progress. You understand? There's things in our community that we have to fix. You understand? And I spoke about this earlier on.
Deborah,
you're not going to invite us back on again, you know?
Yeah.
No.
This is a message for Deborah, and Courtney, you can answer it too. What areas within the educational curriculum requires overhauling to ensure more inclusivity of Black history and Black contributions? Both
Deborah, that's you now, Deborah. That's you, Deborah.
I don't know whether it is. I don't know whether it is just about inclusivity within the curriculum, because I think we need to be at policy level, and that's the way that I'd love to see my career moving. For us to be at policy level is when we can see an exact real change. I would be a little bit apprehensive about white teachers delivering our history with sincerity and integrity. I think someone else said it in the message in the chats that it's got to start at home. My dad spoke to me about Africa. We had images of Africa and African people on our walls at home when I was growing up. So I know where I am from, and I wasn't ashamed of that. And I will always walk with that pride, knowing that I come from a lineage of kings and queens. But a lot of students at school, they don't know that. And a lot of students at school, some of their first experiences of racism will be in the school playground. And we can't send our children into this lion's den without equipping them with a sense of self-knowledge and self-empowerment about who they are. It's dangerous. It's dangerous because they will take those perceptions forward. Yeah, I'm just going to, they will take those perceptions forward. And I'm just going to finish this. And they will also internalize what white teachers think about them, and then react to how those white teachers have already internalized them. And I'm talking in particular the boys. The girls, I almost want a whole new platform to deal with girls, because I do think the girls are somewhat left behind. Sorry, Courtney.
Right, Courtney, one last word from you, Courtney.
I was going to say, we as teachers can challenge, and I'll say why. So I was covering a science lesson, predominantly African Caribbean children, and this is not in the school I'm in now, it's in my previous school. Predominantly African Caribbean children, science lesson. They all got their heads down doing the work, because they're not going to chat if Mr. Brown's in the room, because they know what I'm like already. So, and I looked up at the back wall, and when I looked at the wall, I saw pictures of all scientists. So I said, let me walk to the back wall. Do you know, every single one of those scientists were white European in the school that was predominantly Black African Caribbean. What did I do? I went to speak to the head of science and said, do you know there's Black scientists? You know, there are. So we need to start seeing ourselves. And
Nina?
so that's what I'll do. So yeah.
You've got the last word, Nina. Don't spend a penny.
Don't spend a penny. No, what I would like to say.
One second. One question before you say it. Beyond spending our money with our Black-owned companies, how do you visualize the arrangement of don't spend a penny benefiting the Black community in the long term?
Do you know what I'm going to say? And this might sound so far-fetched, but this is just how I see things in black and white.
You say it, girl. You say it.
Each and every one of us that works 25% of our wages goes towards the government before we even get it. Yeah. So a quarter of your wage bracket doesn't even belong to you. Yeah. You're giving them 25% of what you earn. That goes to your tax, your national insurance. So how can we build an economy if we're not prepared to put into our economy? So I'm not talking about doing a partner that you pay £20 a month in and you get something back at the end of the year. I'm talking about spending 1% of your wages for the rest of your natural life to build up your black community. Because unless we do that, how are we going to do it?
Well, we're going to start now.
And unless we're not going to stop, we're not. One more thing, and we're not going to stop. We are not going to stop racism until we stop our own prejudice. Simple as.
Okay, excellent. Listen, Nina, thank you so much. Courtney, thank you so much. Deborah, amazing. Thank you so much for being part of Set the Trend. Guys, it's almost there. We're almost time for us to do.
Wow, thank you. We do apologise for
when you pass midnight.
Sorry, we do apologise for running over time. But
you got one of your dances.
It was worth it. You know what? You know what I say? It was worth it. 100%. It was worth it.
You keep that smile on your face, girl. Keep smiling.
I don't know where our co-host has gone. All right, cheers, Nina. Listen, I don't know where our co-host has gone, Mr. Sweet Vibes, but you know, I mean, listen, EastEnder, it's been a great ending show to end. I mean, obviously, we need to speak to each guest individually, and we have to come back.
So much information, so much information, so much knowledge, very informative. You know,
and you know, I mean, I don't want to. I've got tears in my eyes. Can't believe it. But, you know, I'm waiting for Mr. Sweet Vibes to come back so we can do our final hurrah. But I think we've also got a couple of people from behind the scenes who are part of the team who we wanted to also sort of like have a synopsis and pick out some of their best moments. So I don't know if they're going to join us.
Let's see if we can get them in. Producers, are you on board?
Today, and also J2. You're probably sleeping. I bet you. That's probably why. That's probably why Sweet Vibes got missing. Where's Jide? Jide's probably sleeping. I bet you.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, there he is.
He is sleeping. He is sleeping.
So guys, wizards.
I think first of all, producers. I mean, this is how you wanted it. Us four.
No. First of all, where's Sweet Vibes?
I'm just bringing back Beyonce. Don't worry, I'm just bringing back Beyonce. Where's Beyonce?
Okay.
Wow.
God, what an emotional show.
Beautiful.
Listen.
Roller coaster. I just want people to know that literally.
Can you not hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
But we can't see you.
Right?
He's gone to bed, man. That's why I picked up the camera.
Oh, there we go. Hey!
Wow.
Who cut me off?
Don't try to EastEnder one.
Is that what? See, it happened to me.
Happened to me as well.
And Jay was the fool guy last time, so just put the blame on him.
I thought we went to sleep.
No.
Wow.
Guys.
Amazing problems here.
So before we start, applauding producers, Ray, we can't hear you, by the way.
I don't know what's going on.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you.
I
Okay.
can hear him.
Produce
About great show. Every single guest had something very valuable to offer. Great engagement of conversation, both.
I could just about hear you guys properly.
On the screen and behind the screen as well. On the chat room, it was just going absolutely mental. People.
Do I look happy?
Ray.
Anyway,
somebody mute Ray, please.
What are we doing?
He's talking to himself.
Well, first of all,
yes, isn't he?
Yeah, we are still live. We are
live.
We're doing the wrap up. We're currently trying to get.
We're still there.
Well, we want to, we wanted to introduce to the audience the guys behind the scene, the guys that make it happen, which is
you talk. I could just about hear you. Right?
Okay, so we wanted to.
Michael, you got the con, mate. Go on, this is your time, mate.
Me time. So first of all, let me introduce Jay Nelson. What can we say about Jay Nelson? What you don't know already? And we have Jide. These are our two executive producers that make it happen behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And without
And
these
also, obviously,
guys,
we have the spot.
it wouldn't be possible. And also,
Yeah.
he's not here today, but Touch T from the spot.
Yeah, big up Touch T.
Yeah.
First of all, Jide.
And a ghost member as well, who isn't part of the live thing, but he's still part of the team. Hello to Sheldon.
Yeah, world man.
Well, I mean, first of all, Jide, obviously this is the last Set the Trend live lockdown. What's been your highlights of Set the Trend?
There's too many to mention because over the, was it 9 weeks now that we've been going, we've just had a whole array of wonderful guests, all right? Names that I've known of for years, some names that are brand new to me, but every single show has had a mixture of laughter, realness, very informative. But I think for me, some of the best moments have been, probably one of the first ones was Mr. Fix-It, the owner of Royal Lounge. That was the The Show Must Go On show.
Yeah.
Where he talked about how both him as a venue owner and the promoters can collaborate going forward. And I think for me, just hearing that as a community member, actually looking at working together with community promoters, that is for me was a step change in how the culture is going to move forward post lockdown.
And one of the things that Jide is very, he's on our back all the time, is for participation from our audience.
Yeah.
Why is that so important to you?
Because this is a call and response. As DJs, when you play a tune, you want to see a reaction. And at the end of the day, if you're having a conversation, but your audience are just as engaged in what you're talking about, even more so sometimes. And it's really good to get that engagement between themselves and yourselves. You're talking to one another. Although you're talking to yourselves and your guests, you're actually talking to your audience as well. So I think it's really important that what you do, or what we have been doing anyway, is actually sharing what the audience are sharing amongst themselves and what they're reflecting of what the show is doing as well.
Yeah, and I suppose. Sorry,
what's been your highlights, mate?
Who, me?
Yeah.
My highlight was tonight. To be fair, I mean, all the shows have been great, and it's just gone from strength to strength. But this subject matter here is definitely my passion. So this has definitely been my highlight. This has definitely been a great finale. This is it showed the strength of the platform, and it's been what I wanted from a lot of my colleagues for a little while, in terms of kind of lending themselves to the community and lending themselves to awareness and knowledge and so forth, because we have great platforms, and I feel that, we need to repurpose what we do and lend to the community, especially in these times right now, man. It's so needed. Do you know what I mean? So this has definitely been for me, definitely a highlight, because it's an eye opener, and in a way it could be even a game changer in terms of the way we utilize our voices. Do you know what I'm saying? From our sector, do you know what I mean? From the street side and the DJ point of view, do you know? So this is definitely for me.
When we first started Set the Trend ages ago, when we were doing it pre-recorded, I had so many high hopes. We started off very small. We've gravitated to then adjusting with the times at the moment, and to be able to sit down and have a all-black team, number one, doing production. A lot of people don't see a lot of the stuff that we do behind the scenes.
Reggie, was this on purpose that everybody's wearing black today? Was that?
I think so. It's all done on already. Yeah. So, but no, actually, I did. Honestly, I did actually.
Sorry, if you want to talk about that one.
I had a Kenzie outfit ready, actually, to wear for today, but yeah, we're not going to
produce. Producers, one of the things that we always say, we like clarity. When our guests come in, we want them to sound good and we want the pictures to be good. Look, the job ain't over quite yet. Yeah. Can someone bring Ray back in?
Yeah, exactly. Where's Ray?
Producer,
where is he?
have you elbowed him out?
Is that you know when Michael Jackson leaving the Jackson 5. Is that what's happening here? He's going. Ray's got the big deal, so he didn't want to stick around for the finale. But listen, honestly, I want to say something. Thank you very much to every person who has contributed as guests to this show for no financial recompense. In some places, you have to pay a lot of money for people to come and be guests. We all ourselves give up our time for free, and we put a lot of sacrifice, time-wise and financially as well. Not me personally, I ain't paid a penny for anything, but I just want to say, look, thank you so much to the people who also comment, because they keep the show going. We do our best to try and read as many comments as possible, and it is the most difficult thing in the whole entire world to keep with the conversation and also read. So I know a lot of people get frustrated. I know we've had some crazy debates like the slow jams debate, which I just found hilarious. Some of the comments in
debate.
there, the red group debate. We also have obviously tried to bring a lot of social issues to the fore as well. And the premise of when we went live through the lockdown was to literally try and address as many issues as we could for the community, away from the normal kind of like passa and all that stuff, doing something a bit more constructive. And I just hope and pray to God that we've managed to do that. And judging by the fact it's now 12:30 right now on our final podcast, it's just been.
Did you lot mention? Sorry to interrupt. Did you lot mention DJ Lane, because she gave us a shout out as well, didn't she?
Big up to DJ Lane. I think she was on the Edward Adu show, and on the
BBC's Counties.
BBC Counties Edward Adu, and she mentioned about the fact that Set the Trend was such a good thing amongst others. I mean, there's loads of people who are doing their thing online. You've had, a lot of people entertaining the community from a DJ perspective.
We have to big up all the platforms, definitely. I think the more of us, the better. It's better for the whole industry. So the more platforms, the more shows, the bigger voices that we have, and the more we can educate, create awareness, and engage with our community, and that's the main thing right now still.
And I think one of the important things about this Set the Trend, we've been in lockdown, isolated, homebound for 12 weeks, and the platform has kind of made the weeks go a little bit quicker. Planning the shows, presenting the shows, the conversations after the shows. If we didn't have those things there, I think
it's Starboy.
We start scratching.
And there's Starboy. Oh my God! Michael, what's going on, Michael? You're right. Michael Jackson's there. He's there.
Michael, keep the same energy, man. Keep the same energy.
Michael, I think, Michael.
Ray, it wasn't. You didn't start. Don't spend a penny campaign, and you didn't have the electric went or anything like that.
Don't make it. He's trying to put you in the naughty corner. He's trying to catch you back.
One thing people don't realise is the amount of banter that happens.
The amount.
Where we are at this anyway? Where we got to? Has everybody?
We finished.
So can I say my bit? Can I say my bit? No, can I say my bit? No.
I've seen this before.
I really want to say I really want to say this journey, Set the Trend podcast. You know why we started the platform in the beginning? It was to celebrate our culture, and it's been nearly year, 18 months, 19 months, 20 months. We're getting there in celebrating our culture, in documenting our history. Part of what we're doing is to make sure that the stories do not go untold, and those get to tell their story. So not only just for us, but for our kids, our grandkids, our grandkids, our generations to go on. So this is why the platform's there. When coronavirus happened, we decided to take it live. Not sure how it would pan out. Not sure what we would do, how we would do it. But I think for the last 7 weeks, we did our thing, and we inspired. I know we inspired a lot of people out there, because I see some other platforms that came up because how we come up and because of what we've done, and that's a good thing. That's only got to be positive. The more people out there doing the stuff and getting the information out there and doing the things, that only the better can it be. The internet's made for everybody, and hopefully we'll start connecting with some more people and taking this platform in some other directions, because we've got some other ideas. We've got to sit down, we've got to talk. But so we've got plans to take this onto some other directions, which we can't really say now. But yeah, thanks you guys, Jide and Jay, the backroom staff. Thanks a lot.
Executive producers.
Thanks a lot for being there. Obviously, it takes a team. There's no I in the team, so definitely we can't see you lot for obvious reasons. But the prettiest boys was on the block. You get me? What's that, martini?
Celebration drink.
Martini.
I thought I'd bring it out especially to the year 1999.
Yeah, is that what it was?
1999.
You must go and give it back to your old dear mate, because I know what's wrong with you?
No, I must say.
I ain't finished. Hold on, I ain't finished. So thanks to J2, thanks to Jide. Many thanks for being there. It makes the show much easier with you guys there, 110%. And also your input as well to the shows, to the themes, to our discussions as well. Great stuff. To your connects as well. We're all networking, we're all pooling our resources and trying to bring this together for everybody here. My fellow panelists, my fellow co-hosts, Reggie and EastEnder. I've been parring with EastEnder for the longest, so obviously I've had a relationship with EastEnder there. But Reggie, we connected with you, and you asked, and we asked you to be a part of this, mate. And it was the right decision. 150% was the right decision.
Thank you.
And we even look after him, innit? We like Reggie, don't wear that shirt.
Well,
we saved you today. We saved you.
We did.
It was all black theme, but we had to just enforce the all black theme today, Reggie. Do you know what I mean?
Can we say thank you to our guest today? I don't think we.
Did you do that?
I think I did, but
we did. But let's give them an extra. Let's give them an extra. Their names and give them an
cast today. An amazing cast, from Eddie right at the beginning, right down to Nina, and the last trio. I mean, for me,
Courtney,
every
Deborah,
single
Slim Ting
was riveting.
Yeah,
every single. I mean, we went over time on an average.
Over time. This is 3 hours 38 minutes, but it's been 3 hours 38 minutes of solid, great information conversation.
Those segments, I didn't want to, but we had to. We will still be here tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
and
one thing people have to know is Jide is always on at us at the time. If you ever see some of the
he is the headmaster of the crew. He is Mr. Discipline.
He's always on time. Keep time.
Absolutely brilliant. And for me, one of the greatest things about this show was that it demonstrated how it's not just about the music, about the street culture. It's about the everyday things as well, the everyday life that we can have a proper grown-up conversation about.
Jide, we got some real-life superheroes amongst our midst, definitely. Like this, some Avengers stuff going on right here. Do you get what I'm saying?
Did we thank the most important people?
Definitely, the viewers, 100%.
Yeah, I picked them up.
100%. You know what I love about the views as well? Like in the chat rooms, like while you lot are doing your things, they're having their own conversation. It's like literally some completely different things going on. So big up you lot, man, because
and people don't realize that we actually do go through every single comment after the show. We literally look at everybody's comments.
Yeah, and go.
We do
You're pasty. You're pasty. What are you talking about?
I see the swipes coming at me. Brew, I see you swiping me. Roger Bailey, I see you swiping me. Loads of people always swiping at me.
Just the way that he's brought the community aspect though, it's just been fantastic. I think going into lockdown, this was definitely a forum that we could, and not only us, a lot of people have done online platforms, have done their own thing. You've got the Leafans, you've got the younger lot that have done their things. Everybody that has put on something on the platform, on socials, whether it's on Insta, whether it's on Facebook, whether it's on Twitch, whatever they're doing, the house guys, the soca guys, big businesses, all these guys have been doing their thing. And
we got Lola and Cheryl as well.
Yeah, we've still come together as a community.
And you know,
did you not big up the spot as well? Did you not mention the spot as well?
Yeah, we come. So, you know what? Sorry, Ray. I just had a text message. Somebody said, excuse me, one of my friends, Roy, said, "We don't need LBC, Reg. You guys are our LBC." What do you say about that?
Totally agree.
We're saying it's a finale, but I know that it might be a by popular demand thing. By the time we look 2 days later while we're looking at all these messages, so we need you lot to really let us know what you want us to do.
Yeah, to the audience, you want the trend to continue. Set the trend online on a weekly basis, or maybe once a month to come back.
Yeah. It's sad, man. Sad. Ray's left the building again.
Like Ray was saying, we got some energy boost. Like Ray was saying, we got some plans coming. So but you know what we did tonight definitely it's kind of re-energized the whole thing. Like, wow, is it really the finale of this?
Have we got a Set the Trend podcast coming out this week?
We have one coming out tomorrow, Thursday. Tomorrow at 7.
The juicy one.
7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, and you can introduce. He's your personal friend. Go on, introduce the podcast that's coming tomorrow.
What time is it?
It's coming on.
So we have a 7 o'clock in the evening.
Yeah.
So we have a special podcast with my good friend, Fresh Beat Sounds. The one accused me of what do you accuse me of?
Let's say it.
You in your place.
He tried to put me in my place.
Say it for the show.
Oh, he put you in your place.
He did, mate.
Yeah,
you know
I want to big up the last 10-15 minute crew, because you know you got people that you log on for the last 10-15 minutes, because I know the last 10-15 minutes of Set the Trend live is always spicy. Always spicy. We've had some spicy moments.
The Big G moments, yeah.
Oh yeah, the Big G. How wicked was Big G?
Did we talk about the Big G moment?
No. Nobody mentioned that.
Yeah, of course we got to mention the Big G moment. But Big G has to know that when he comes on the Set the Trend podcast, he has to come 110% correct when he comes up. Big talk. Yeah, Big Talkie was talking. You need to walk the walk, sir. You need to walk the walk.
Has got stories for days.
Andrew Patterson says once a month would be a fantastic idea for a future broadcast. So it looks like the appetite's there for us to come back, guys. So really, it's about making a decision at some point.
You know what? Can I just say something as well? It's really important that you guys please share and subscribe to our YouTube page. Share and subscribe to our YouTube page, because the way YouTube algorithms work, and I will say this,
tell them, Reggie,
the more subscribers we have, the more we get aggregated on YouTube, and more people get to see and experience Black culture and what we're doing, which is documenting the scene and documenting unsung heroes and giving them a platform and a voice. We know there are other platforms out there, but they would not even think twice about having the people we have.
Hold on, Rick. Did we give the check to that promoter guy? Did we send a check to Orlando to send over a percentage of the money he's made?
You mean the invoice? Oh yeah, he's got to send the invoice.
For the face mask,
Yeah.
You got Orlando. 3,000 mark ordered, yeah?
3,000, yeah?
Orlando, the promoters, got 3,000 masks ordered because they directly saw the show and they contacted him off the show, and he's got 3,000 masks that he's sending somewhere. So big up Orlando. We want a percentage, bro.
I heard that the mask says set the trend on it. We got my brand on it, I do believe.
Oh, yeah, we haven't seen it. I haven't got one physically, but Alex walking around.
Right, in the interim too, I'm gonna have my Demure mask. Speak up to D Demure, my good friend DJ. She's got her own brand called Demure. So I'll give her a shout.
Also, did you talk about the artist edition when we had the artist in one?
No, we haven't. No.
We've got some bloody good guests on this show, haven't we?
We've got some brilliant guests on. I think.
You know what?
Big up Omar.
I'd like to know from the audience what has been their favourite podcast.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
You can watch them back on our YouTube page and via the Facebook.
And the favourite moment within those podcasts.
Okay.
Hold tight, that after party crew still hanging on in there.
Yeah,
nah, this is good.
Listen, the after party crew want some leverage.
You wait for the last 10 minutes so you get spicy.
You know they keep us on our toes, innit? You know this.
When we press end broadcast, yeah, if you see the way Michael and Ray banter, I wish we could actually play that live, to be fair.
We can't even say some of the stuff that we say off there, to be honest, between us. Like we're cussing each other. That's funny. That was funny.
She's just waiting for us, mate.
Waiting. So listen, Ray, what are you going to be doing?
Can we also big up the promoters? Not only promoters, but Row Lounge. Remember, that's one of our clubs. That's one of our clubs in the community that we use. When we come out of this, can we make sure that we try and work with the Royal Lounge owners to keep it alive?
Just flicking through these messages. We got a message from Prue saying, Ray,
CKP, big up.
Ray's got his second win. Now he's eaten and had a shower.
Yeah. You did that for about 20 minutes and just freshened up.
She knows you too well.
Lorna Binns tonight was undoubtedly the best one. We've got Deborah Grant, but that's quite interesting. Deborah Grant. Can we talk slow jams?
Actually, you know
what? You don't know what you want. You don't know what you want.
Put me here another 5 hours, mate.
They don't know what they want. Listen, they don't. You don't vote.
Well, you know what?
You want to argue about the result.
Huh? Let's talk Mr. Music Man extraordinaire on the spot.
No. Let's go through the comments first. The Charmaine Bradshaw, the rare group debate and the Big G moment was special. So Gina, look, they're responding to your question. All of them was really good, but really enjoyed Omar. That's coming from Sophia.
Mm-hmm.
Who else we got here?
Big up Leaford.
Okay, what else? Did I miss this one?
We need a sound system podcast. Come in soon.
Hold on, Leaford. You're saying that, but you know that we're coming for you guys.
Yeah.
You know, we're supposed to have you guys before lockdown. We're supposed to have a sound system special. Leaford, Brendan.
Yeah.
Natural B.
Yeah, and we're going to sit down with those guys and we're going to talk ohms, watts, tweeters, bass, mid-range, and history. And I'm looking forward to that one. You know, I'm old-time sound man, so.
and youngsters.
Are you leaving Lou out of that?
No, youngsters just said, you know, get the sound system owners on. Yeah.
And also, we're supposed to we're going to try and get some radio stations.
Yeah. Do you know what?
That'd be a big one.
Do you know what? And I'm not going to tell them because I don't want no one to teeth our idea. But you know that you know that Set the Trend Legends edition that we got coming up. That is totally going to be something that they're not going to expect from us. And we've already confirmed the 2 guests to go head to head for that. That one's going to blow your lot's mind. I'm telling you. And it's not who you think it will be, neither.
Got to say good morning. I've got to say good morning to Helen Bradshaw. This was my first time, and it was marvelous. So thanks for tuning in for the first time.
Excellent.
Thank you, Helen.
Yeah.
And then we have Karen, Scarlett. Riaku show was so much jokes. Today's show was completely inspiring, emotional, and insightful, and in equal measures. Father Chalky, yep, that one I want to hear, the sound system one. And then we have T Smooth, get the radio station owners on.
Yeah, but hold on a minute. Charmaine, bring back Leafan. Leafan's on every Sunday killing it. What?
Deborah Nolan.
Sorry, big up. I got to big up the Leafan fan club. You know, they get out every week. Every week.
What we're gonna call the Leafan fan club though, because you know, like the Beehive and all that. If you say anything wrong,
Leafans just pure emojis. Leafans are sending right now.
The Leafs.
More emojis.
Hold on. No, but hold on. I think we need to discuss Leafan because I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. As an entertainer, he is boom. You know what I mean? He really, you can see he puts thoughts into his shows. You know what I mean? I wasn't too much of a fan of the Uman thing, but the Uncle thing was wicked, brother. That one there was bad. You get me? That one there was bad. You get me? So big up Ethan. And that's a guy who's just come out of his comfort zone, and as you can see, he's just been very inspirational for a lot of people throughout the lockdown, especially musically wise. I don't know who's giving him his selection. Yeah, but he's definitely doing his thing, bro. He's definitely doing his thing.
Auntie Mabel fan club.
Yeah, well, come on now.
Yes.
I love it. The uncle, man.
And then congratulations to Eve for finishing a degree. Go on. Big up Butch Cassidy because he's here every week, man. Hold up, Butch Cassidy.
Yes. He's come on all the time. Butch definitely been promoting.
Roger Bailey is a troublemaker in the crew. Now he's always
Roger Bailey. Always. Tennysonian. Big up the Tennysonian crew. Talking about Tennysons, actually, I was supposed to say when we were talking about sports. Well done to my old classmate, Tennyson's Jason Newell. Now one of the England coaching staff. He was at Charlton and now he's at England. So well done, Jason Newell. You know.
Do you know who else that I want to personally big up as well? And I think I said it before. I said it at the close of my music show, but I just want to make sure that they get their props again. Big up DJ Spoonie, 100%. Inspired me as well to I looked at his setup was just different class. Thank you.
Yeah.
Definitely inspired me. Steps for the inspiration, as well as, you know what I mean, to really get me thinking and saying, yeah, you can do this. You know what I mean? So respect to those, and respect to the Prophecy of House. CKP's been doing his thing, and also Antonio Pascal has been doing his thing every Tuesday and Monday, and he's been going live when he can. You get me? I see them popping up to Bristol. So I've been really inspired by a lot of other sounds, you know, Invasion Crew with the reggae, the bad milk trade.
All right, guys. Guess what, guys?
What?
It's come to an end. we got to depart.
Yeah.
Why?
And can I just say to the person who said it's no coincidence that now that you're allowed to go and see somebody, now, because lockdown, they're allowing you to go and see somebody. You're allowed to go and spend the night with your loved one.
All I've got to say is, look at the lads.
I'm off to go and play catch up.
If we want to go and see anybody, that lockdown is going to stop us. Really?
it was the MP's rule, isn't it?
So lonely ladies, I'm here. I'm ready.
Oh my God! Look, guys,
did you hear online Reggie over here?
Tinder.
Why do you need Tinder when you got set the trend?
It's not that kind of
when you see when you're doing this, you're swiping, isn't it?
Oh, Reggie.
And if you get a friend request from Reggie, like when this finishes, just send us a DM and we'll sort it out.
No, come on. Serious. On a serious note, once again,
I'm being serious.
No, yeah, I know you are about that.
Michael's go. Look at you're cool, man.
No.
Look at ready to get a second win.
All right, guys. Listen.
We got South Africa in the house, in the building.
Yes,
right?
And we got Jamaica. We was getting some saying.
Yeah, I think we have something from France as well, and the States.
Oh, excellent.
Do you want to be that guy?
Oh yeah, that beat.
Before we leave, look, we gotta go, but one of No. I think
is still running.
Oh yeah, Ray. I forgot
one of the
Happy
best
birthday in advance, Ray. By the way,
one of the best off-screen moments for me was, he just said, "You want to be the guy, the man with the beanie man belly and the female breasts."
No. That's an outtake, mate.
He said in chat. No, listen, but hold on.
Oh, that's an outtake.
Do you remember he said?
A couple of shows ago.
One at a time. Check for my highlight of the show, where I was just bedding up and bawling tears when Reggie said for EastEnder and called him a black beanhead or cocker beanhead.
A cocker bean.
EastEnder was like a little child on the side. I'm gonna be like.
I was tempted.
You're doing some primary school talk.
I was tempted to throw something back, but I said, you know what? No, don't be the child in the playground. Don't do it.
You didn't hide it very well. You didn't hide it very well.
No, I didn't say
it. Today.
I didn't say. I just, all right, Reggie. Yeah, you got that one. I just like, yeah, cool.
You have to understand, behind the scenes today, and a lot of shades thrown Reggie's way. But Reggie is not silly, yeah. Reggie catches people back online live.
Funny.
Actually, we should be a compilation of Reggie's shade throwing because he does a lot. Yes, he does a lot.
Like when we was talking about Betty Wright, and he says, "Yeah. Oh, I love that woman to woman song."
Oh my God!
That was the one. We was off camera, and he said, "Who did he say that he interviewed?" And you gave him the check.
What's that? Oh, Ranking Miss P.
Yeah,
oh my God! No! My God! Oh my God!
Really said she'd be a good guest.
Wow. Reggie blooper. Roger Bailey. We need to do a Reggie blooper. Funny guy.
Is that enough tells from the back room? Is it then, Jide? Is that enough tells? Okay, so no more tells from the back room.
All right.
2 minutes, lads. So in the 2 minutes, what are you going to be doing in the next couple of weeks? Let's go around table. Jay, in the next couple of weeks, what are you up to, mate?
In the next couple of weeks, we're working on this July 7th, 2020. Don't spend a penny. I'll be working on that. Plus, just getting back into the routine. To be fair, I've had a long break with this lockdown, but things are starting to pick up again. So just get back into routine. To be fair, do you know what I mean? And twiddling thumbs, and I could do something on a Wednesday night now.
Anyway,
oh man, I've got to get back to some script writing. There's a couple of short films that I should have been working on that I've totally neglected. This has been too much fun, so I'm going to be getting back to that and just trying to get back into the scheme of regularity again.
Cool, Reggie.
Apart from going to link a couple of things, I'm going to. No, seriously.
Go on.
Seriously, I'm literally in the process of doing a few things to help the Black community financially, and working with a few friends to try and pair them up with financial resources to help their businesses grow and give them all the
Reggie, what are you
support
studying
they
right
need.
now as well?
Yeah, I'm doing a FCA, which is like a financial conduct authority. I'm trying to get the license so that I can hopefully, my dream in the next year or 2 years is to own my own hedge fund. I want to start my own hedge fund. I'm going to do it. It's just about getting the papers together and getting everything together. So hopefully I want to be one of those Black hedge fund owners. And that's
billionaire lifestyle.
Yeah.
Good, that's good.
Well,
Yeah, that's good, Reg. Before I go to Eastern, I think we forgot Weed Man Wednesdays. Did we forget that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Weed Man. Eastern.
You know what? I'm just gonna start looking. How to get back into the promotion game, because obviously everything's going to be starting back next year or late this year, and I'm just start liaising with some of my clients and just sitting down talking and see where we're going to take it and where.
Anybody doing a case of soul replacement?
A what?
A case to soul replacement? No.
Likely.
No.
Like something likely to happen.
We've got our own
to be honest,
weekender, mate, and we don't throw no shade to nobody down there. So
we've got the Southport weekender, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to continue. East, so you're not going to carry on playing music because I see you online playing music.
Yes, I mean yes. Monday nights.
That's why I wasn't run off now, mate.
No. Tuesday nights. Yes, Tuesday nights. 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. I just need to sort out my crates. I'm used to record boxes, but this crate thing sometimes confuses me. So I'm just gonna. I suppose in my daytime I'm gonna learn about Serato and some crates.
Don't let DJ Corey intimidate you, mate.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
I'm going to be playing golf, by the way.
Corey can't intimidate me. I've got my producer, my DJ Styles, young kid, knows everything. I just got to listen to him. That's all.
Yeah, that's what you need.
That's what I got to listen to.
Can I plug my radio show? London Soul Radio, Sundays 8 till 10.
And Reggie, you also forgot to plug Pornhub. Anyway,
if I raise enough money in my hedge fund, I'll be able to create my own one, innit?
How's your golf getting on, Reggie? By the way, how's your golf?
I played a couple of times over the last 2 weeks and it's been shocking, but I'm getting back into it. So,
okay,
and get back out on the course.
Is Trevor Nelson's golf night still happening? Golf day?
Nah, his golf day's not going on in July.
It's July. It's not happening, no?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so.
And what
someone
about?
Asks, is Mr. Vibes on Facebook?
I am Fifth Avenue official on all platforms, on Instagram, on Facebook.
Hang on. Who asked that? But she don't want to know if I'm on Facebook or Reggie. Why just Vibes? Rowena, what's that? What's that about?
Summer, mate.
Maybe she's connected to you anyway.
When this night is winter, yeah, it's summer right now.
So, Ray, what are you going to be up to, by the way? What are you going to be up to for the next 2 or 3 weeks?
Really, Chase.
As you know, we get, well, in fact, we don't finish Set the Trend podcast. We've got those special editions that we've got to work on. And hopefully we can get back into the studio in the next couple of weeks and start some more filming on filming some more series of that. And the new direction that we're kind of going in. In fact, there's 2 new directions we're going in, but we can't really talk about both of them really. So there's that coming on. Also, my birthday's next week, Saturday. Do you know that yesterday would have been All White Cocoa? Yesterday was officially, no, we're 2 days away. So it would have been Tuesday was officially a year to All White Cocoa. So I saw the memories come up on my phone, but I didn't share it because I felt a bit sad. So as you know, or you should know, is that we've rescheduled All White Cocoa to September 20th, Sunday the 20th of September. You can either get a refund or your tickets can be transferred across to the new date. So we will be doing All White Cocoa in September to get it done. My birthday's next week and I'm planning something. So hopefully it will come up and we'll have something doing. And
are you going to finally book me to DJ?
Yeah, Ray, here's one for you. Sandra Martin. It's been great not seeing Ray at the airport every bloody week. Would you like to reply back to Sandra?
Do you know what? I've been buying airport clothes though. I've still been online. I've still been, yeah, you know what I mean? I need that. I need that. My money won't go nowhere. I'm just going from bedroom to downstairs to the back garden and front garden. You get me? It's just like, wow. But yeah, I can't wait to get on a trip again. And middle chair, free or not free, if I have to sit in it, I don't business, I will be flying. I will be getting on that plane. I will be going about my business. In fact, next week, I was supposed to be flying away Thursday. I would have been out of the country again. So unfortunately, that's got reimbursed into one's account. So that's cool. You know what I mean? So yeah, and I was going somewhere I've never been before, and I'm just absolutely upset on a mind and spiritual kind of retreat thing. So it was going to be very special for me. And look at that.
You weren't coming on the trip with me to Sri Lanka, was it?
No, not Sri Lanka.
I was supposed to be okay. I was supposed to go to Sri Lanka. I was supposed to go to Sri Lanka this month, didn't it?
Oh, okay, yeah, no, I was going somewhere. EastEnder Hush, yeah, stop trying to. And Sharona is right. There's a lot of important information in this podcast, so please feel free to share it and to tag people in on it, and they can get a lot of information, whether it's about health, wealth, economically, financial. If it's about, I think the message that come across today was also one of, you've got the power, not just black power, you've got the power to make a change, to help make a change, to help make a difference, and don't squander it. You know what I'm saying to you? Don't make the government kind of have you, you know, in a way that you feel that you have to be silenced, because I think as a people, we've been silenced long enough. So use your power, use your voice to go out there and get change done for the future. Not for us, for the future, for those people who are going to be around a lot longer than us.
I want to say this as well, though, guys, is what I actually feel is that we've got a window of opportunity right now to really make the best of this situation, where people are actually coming together. They're collectively working out solutions for issues that have affected us over this period and coming out of this period as well. So, you know, a lot of really good information out today. Viv talking about demanding for structural change. I think he left some really great information. What Scotty delivered as well. Powerful. Absolutely powerful. What the Irwins are doing as far as reaching back to the older generation. I love what Janice had to say by advancing our future, by looking at our past. Love that. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, go on today.
Yeah, what Nina was saying as well with regards to, even though she didn't think of this initiative, it's something that I know that has been in the pipeline, or people have been doing it for quite some time, but it hasn't gained as much traction as what it's doing over this period. And that's because everyone is now awoken to some extent. And I think we really need to make a great effort in using this window of opportunity, because it ain't going to last long.
No.
It's not going to last long.
I think that's a good note to leave this on, don't you guys?
Definitely, definitely. It's been a pleasure.
Thank
Great
you.
end to season one of the live shows. Great stuff, guys. Well done, well done, well done.
4 hours. 4 hours and 9 minutes. 4 hours and 10 minutes.
What a record, eh?
Is that one you're proud of, producer?
Yes.
Okay. Love you lot and leave you guys. I hope the rest of lockdown or whatever this is really gives you time now to think about where you guys are going to be, what you guys are going to be doing, and how you're going to plan for not normal, but how are you going to plan for a better normal? And you guys can put that change in. So see you lot later. My colleagues, peace.
See you later.
Peace.
I always wonder when I went to church on Sundays. I've always been one to, I'm not just a boxer. I do a lot of reading, a lot of studying. I ask questions. I travel these countries. I watch how people live, and I learn. And I always ask my mother, I said, Mother, how come is everything white? I said, why is Jesus white with blonde hair and blue eyes? Why is the Lord's Supper all white men? Angels are white. Pope and Mary and even the angels. I said, Mother, when we die, do we go to heaven? She said, naturally we go to heaven. I said, well, what happened to all the black angels when they took the pictures? I said, oh, I know. If the white folks was in heaven too, then the black angels were in the kitchen preparing the milk and honey. I said, listen, you quit saying that, boy. I was always curious, and I always wondered why I had to die to go to heaven. Why I couldn't have pretty cars and good money and nice homes now. Why do I have to wait till I die to get milk and honey? And I said, Mama, I don't want no milk and honey. I like steaks and I said, milk and honey is a laxative anyway. Did they have a lot of bathrooms in heaven? So anyway, I was always curious. I always wondered why. You know, Tarzan is the king of the jungle in Africa. He was white. White man. I saw this white man swinging around Africa with a diaper on, hollering. Oh! Do you all see Tarzan over here? Right. Tarzan? And all the Africans, so he's beating them up and breaking the lion's jaw. And here's Tarzan talking to the animals, and the Africans been there for centuries, and he can't talk to the animals. Only Tarzan can talk to the animals. I always wondered why. And Miss America was always white. All the beautiful brown women in America, beautiful suntans, beautiful shapes, all type complexions, but she always was white. And Miss World was always white. And Miss Universe was always white. And then they got some stuff called White House cigars, White Swan soap, King White soap, White Cloud tissue paper, White Rain hair rinse, White Tornado flow wax. Everything was white. And the angel food cake was the white cake, and the devil food cake was the chocolate cake. I said, Mama, why is everything white? I always wondered, you know, and the president lived in the White House. And Mary had a little lamb, his feet as white as snow, and Snow White. And everything was white. Santa Claus was white. And everything bad was black. The little ugly duckling was the black duck, and the black cat was the bad luck. And if I threaten you, I'm going to blackmail you. I said, Mama, why don't they call it white mail? They lied too. I was always curious. And then this is when I knew something was wrong.